Tinubu Bola Ahmed of the APC, having satisfied the requirements of the law, is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected. Thank you.
We're going to go to Nigeria now, where Bola Tinubu has been declared the winner of the presidential elections. The Electoral Commission says the ruling party beat 17 other candidates vying for the top job. Let's go straight now to Harun Matassa in Abuja. What can you tell us? Talk us through these final results, if you will.
Well, supporters of the governing APC party are ecstatic. Their candidate, Bola Tinubu, is now Nigeria's president-elect. He is a former governor, he's a wealthy businessman, and he's been in politics for many, many years here in Nigeria. During his campaign trail, he said he's going to try and tackle Nigeria's economy with an unemployment rate of more than 30%, but it's not going to be easy for him. I mean, this country has a lot of challenges. People are dealing with cash shortages, fuel shortages, the high costs of living. But he says he's going to try and build new infrastructure. He's going to put more money into social welfare programs and agriculture. The second person who came after him was Atiku Abubakar, another opposition leader, and then Peter Obi, also an opposition leader. Those results have been coming out, and they came second and third. This election was marred by a lot of irregularities. For example, delays of people voting. Some people didn't even get to vote. Some areas there was violence. People there have been saying throughout the past few days that they want to have a chance to vote again. That seems that is not going to happen. Well, the key thing to wait and see now is how the opposition parties are going to react. We need to watch opposition strongholds like Lagos, the commercial capital, the south and the southeast, where these opposition leaders had a huge amount of support. But right now, in areas where Tinubu is popular, his supporters are busy celebrating.
And what might the reaction indeed be on the streets to this vote count result?
Well, what we saw a few hours ago in Abuja, some opposition supporters started protesting, saying that they thought this election was a sham. They were calling on the commissioners here to stop releasing any results. Some of them were even saying that elections should be held all over again. Commissioners said that is not going to happen, and they carried on with the process. So a big concern for some people now is how opposition supporters are going to react. So far, there's been no open call from opposition leaders for their supporters to take to the streets, but there's been lots of frustration and agitation over the past few days because these results took too long to be announced, according to some people. But right now, here in the collation center, the shouting you can hear are supporters for the governing APC party, happy that Tinubu has been declared president-elect.
Okay, for now,
Labour Party,
in Abuja there.
all the way, a new Nigeria is moving. Vote Labour Party, all the way, a new Nigeria is moving. Vote Labour Party, all the way, a new Nigeria is moving.
A very beautiful afternoon to you, my fellow Nigerians. Thank you so much for joining us on another episode of your weekend magazine political talk show, The People's Parliament. My name is Omar, your regular host on this platform. Once again, thank you for joining us. On the 25th of February 2023, what could be described as a travesty of justice, a rape on democracy, and a blatant subversion of the people's will occurred in our country, Nigeria. The former governor of Lagos State, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was declared the winner of the 2023 presidential elections just about 48 hours later, after elections were held in quite a number of polling units across the country. Reactions have followed. Many Twitter spaces have been held. A lot of conversations have been had concerning what went down that day. In my opinion, young Nigerians came together about 8 months ago to decide the future of their nation. Both young and old contributed in terms of money, time, and resources to support a candidate that they truly believe in. They got their PVCs, they went to the ballot, and they voted a candidate of their choice. Elections in Nigeria are often tagged Nigeria decides, but unfortunately, INEC decided that particular election. Reactions have followed. Many are very, very angry. Many Nigerians have expressed their displeasure at the blatant subversion of their will. Many Nigerians believe that having gone through all of that rigorous process to vote a candidate that they truly believe in and have their will blatantly subverted right in front of them, many have lost hope in this country. It's easy to lose hope. The subsequent 72 hours after the election were very, very difficult days for me. I had a lot of deep reflection concerning the future of this country. What is the hope of the common man when you cannot go to the ballot, vote, and then have your vote count? I ask myself a very interesting question. Do we really have a democracy? In 1999, when the military was about to leave, they held an election. They micro-zoned the presidency to the southwest of this country as a compensation for another blatant subversion of the people's will by the military as far back as 1993 when MKO Abiola won the election and Olusegun Obasanjo won. He ruled for 8 years and handed over power to Umaru Musa Yar'Adua in an election many believe had quite a number of irregularities. Even Umaru Musa Yar'Adua himself, when he got into office, admitted that the process that brought him into office was badly flawed. He promised to reform Nigeria's voting body, which is the Independent National Electoral Commission. Many would ask whether that reform process actually went through. But that's not the case here. Yar'Adua governed for 2 years or 3. And then Goodluck Jonathan came into power. Goodluck Jonathan ruled for 6 years or thereabout in total. And then there was a very, very fierce power struggle. Many believe that the elections of 2015 could be classified as an ethnic power struggle between the South and the North. The North prevailed, and General Muhammadu Buhari came into power. Against every form of sound reasoning, many voted for the former general. He's governed for 8 miserable years. The average Nigerian out there can testify to the pain, the suffering, and the hardship that Muhammadu Buhari's administration has brought upon the average Nigerian. So I ask myself, in 24 years of democracy, we've had 2 military generals governed for a total of 16 years out of 24. In October 2020, protests broke out across the country against police brutality. 13 days of Nigerians raising their voices against what they believe is a form of oppression from a police force whose mantra is to serve and to protect. How did the government respond? With bullets at Lekki Tollgate. Many died. Many were maimed forever. Government supporters came on the internet and denied blatantly, right in the faces of Nigerians, that nothing happened. Nobody died. What was the reaction of Nigerians? Go get your PVC. We will be voting out these wicked and inhumane government. Now I ask myself, do we really have a democracy? How do you describe a government that has automatically banned protests? I mean, what is a democracy when people cannot express their displeasure with the government of the day? These and many more questions we will be trying to answer on this platform this afternoon. Of course, we've been hearing the rhetoric, vote Labour Party from top to bottom. Many consider it a brilliant political strategy. Some see it as a very, very emotive rhetoric that would do nothing but bring back politicians who are coming into the Labour Party to seek solace in a place where they feel that many of Nigerians are swinging towards. I have my opinion on that, but it's not my question to answer. It is the question of you and many more on this platform this afternoon to answer. Once again, I say welcome to the People's Parliament. My name is Omar, your regular host on this platform. I can see the regulars already. Big shout out to my sister Repo. Of course, Mbang Young, I know that's your new name now. Madam Victoria, welcome to the platform. Nelo, my sister, sweet child, Godson, well-meaning Nigerian. My brother Jimmy, whom we co-host this together every Sunday alongside Sir Max Obesi, who is on his way back from church, and I'm looking forward to having him on this platform. My sister Osemo, welcome. LP, incoming virus. Adal Weary Dragon, China Zom, I see you, EM, Agborita, the Kingfisher, Madam Rosemary, Mr. Tayelolu. I mean, I could go on and on. The Illuminator, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. It promises to be a wonderful conversation. I am particularly worried about the future of our nation. Democracy is supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But what do we have in Nigeria? I call it an autocratic democracy. A democracy that does not even allow you to express your will either via protest or the ballot box. We have suffered a lot as a nation. We saw this as an opportunity to change the trajectory of our nation. We found a candidate who aligns with what we believe in. But unfortunately, the man who has been imposed on us is someone who cannot even answer the basic questions. In a brief interview with Newsman, with the current president of the country present, we saw the president-select, as I choose to call him, bumbling in the face of the camera. It was quite a pitiable sight to behold, and I would like you to take a listen.
That was a good message of best wishes from Macron, the president of France. So that's it.
What about your opponents?
Okay.
Please leave him alone. Leave him alone.
For a nation that has gone through a president who's been largely absent for 8 years, a president who barely speaks to the press. I remember in the days of Olusegun Obasanjo, on monthly basis, we would have something they call the presidential media chat. Many would call it an orchestrated media appearance because, of course, they would have select hand-picked journalists who would come to the State House and have a sit-down with the president. But at least we had a president who showed up. The culture of a presidential media chat continued under Umar Musa Yar'Adua. It also continued under President Goodluck Jonathan. Unfortunately, under the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, the sight of our president speaking to the media has become gold. Something that when you see, you consider it a rare occurrence. Are we going to have to go through another 8 years of a president that will be largely shielded from the media? They shielded Buhari in 2015, if you would remember. Many media appearances were carefully curated to make sure that he wasn't asked any questions that would probably expose his ineptitude. And here we are again. My conservative estimation of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's age would be 86. Because according to Wikipedia, his daughter, the Iyaloja of Lagos, is about 60 years old. Bola Ahmed Tinubu claims to be 70 years old. So if your daughter is 60 years old and you are 70 years old, for someone who has at least a very interesting insight into the medical field, it's impossible for anybody to give birth to a child at 10 years old. So there are so many questions. And we're going to be answering all of those questions. Now, the rhetoric of the Labour Party from top to bottom has been questioned in so many quarters. Even obedience, they've had their reservations about voting Labour Party all the way. Our guest on this platform this afternoon is Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, who happens to be the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for the gubernatorial elections coming up in Rivers State and across the country. Today, we're going to be screening every Labour Party candidate contesting the governorship election. In Abia State, we have Alex Oti, who I believe is a fantastic candidate. In quite a number of states, we have different candidates across board, who many believe would be the right choice. A very good example is Enugu State, where we have the former Minister of Information, Frank Nweke Jr., running for office. But of course, we also have Barrister Chijioke Edoga, who is the Labour Party candidate in that state. We have in Benue State, Mr. Henan Embe, whom, if you remember that video of Mrs. Aruma Ote, where she called out a government official, I mean, I think he was a senator, a member of the House of Reps at the time. I'm not particularly sure. Anybody's free to correct me when you come up. Mr. Hembe was the one who was being accused in that video. So, of course, it's inevitable that for a party that has gained a large amount of traction over the last 8 months, many would come into that party seeking solace and trying to find their way into public office. Today, whichever state you come from, you have the right to come up and discuss the Labour Party candidate in your state. We need to beam the spotlight on all of these candidates and have a clear understanding of what they represent. Once again, I say welcome to the People's Parliament. My name is Omar. Thank you for listening to my opening monologue. I'm looking forward to having my regular co-host, Sir Max Obesi, with me very soon. But of course, I've got another regular co-host, my brother Jimmy. Good morning to you, Jimmy. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Omar. I'm doing fine. It's 7:30 here from my side. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for the sacrifice that you make every Sunday to be here on this platform. I can imagine how difficult it is for you to wake up and just join a Twitter space. I find that very difficult to do. Anyways, please go
For God,
ahead.
for God and country, my brother. Um, Good day to every single person. The regulars are here again. I see every single one of you. I welcome you to another segment of People's Parliament. Let me just say welcome to the regulars. Incoming virus. I'm obedient. Shelley Lou, she has been consistent with keeping up with what is going on in our political affairs lately. You know, all platforms that talks about the election, she's always there. Thanks. I can see Olawaski, Switch Out, Nello, Wellbeing in Nigeria, Godson, Illuminator, Adaweri, Ripple, the regulars. Everybody's here. Same dude. I see you, my brother. Uh, Okay, a lot of people are here. I greet every single. Ayodeji, it's been a long time. Magnific dude, thank you guys. Welcome, 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 welcome. Uh, that was an interesting monologue. Omar, as usual, you killed it. Thank you. I don't really have much to say because we have a lot of
We haven't spoken,
yeah,
Jimmy, since the
yeah.
25th of February.
Yeah.
But as a Nigerian, how are you feeling?
Uh, it's a mixture of sadness and happiness at the same time. It's the mixture of both. But
All right,
the
give us the sadness part and then the happiness part.
right, the sadness part is the fact that we had to go through this. You know, I mean, it was obvious. It was a situation at which This is happening, but you're helpless. There's nothing you can do about it. Um, it, this is the worst election, right? There is in that country that had ever happened in that country. This is the worst I've ever seen, right? And to me, it was like, this is 2023 for crying out loud. Things like this didn't happen back in, 93, back in the days. None of this happened, right? And it shows the desperation this guy had. And at the point in time, we talked about what is giving this guy this much confidence. I mean, Tinubu, what is giving him this much confidence? And when they announced the results, because a lot of conspiracy theory was happening during the counting, and we saw what Mahmoud was doing. And the hurtful part was the fact that he was doing it to our faces. He knew he shouldn't be counting that. He knew he shouldn't be doing what he was doing, but he didn't care. He kept on doing it. And Bola Tinubu was sending out messages saying, let them go to court. They should keep on doing that, and they should announce him, pronounce him as the winner, and they can handle every other thing afterwards. That to me sounded so desperate, and that was exactly what happened. And what made me happy, the happy part of it is the overwhelming evidence, overwhelming fact that it was stolen. It was a sham election. And lately, between Friday and today, I think my thought has actually changed in a way, looking at how everything is turning out right now. What if it's a deliberate act, for them to just let them pronounce Tinubu as a winner, right? Knowing he did not win, because I can't wrap my head around it. Did you see the results from Ibiapo?
Oh, I
It,
saw the results from Obiakpon local
now,
government.
so now it was 80 something thousand, right, on APC, right? And
Yep.
now I saw it yesterday, and somehow APC is now on 11,000 from 80 something thousand. Is now on 11,000, and Labour Party is on, I think, 60 something thousand the last time I checked it, and they're still counting. So I kept thinking to myself, with all these things happening, and INEC is actually updating their server, they are updating the results there with the actual results that we kind of know it's true. So I don't understand, because all these things are going to be used in the court of law. To me, in a way,
Obasanjo.
Apologies. Please go
no,
ahead.
that's to me. I see in a way as if Buhari feels is indebted to Tinubu, and they just want to deliver what he wants to him and just be like,
Hmm.
have it. Then when it gets to court, the court is going to take its course. Trust me, this will be the first election in Nigeria that gets overturned. And when that happens, Buhari will be like, you know what? I did my part. I delivered my, whatever it is to you. Because I can't wrap my head around this thing. Oma, I cannot. This is just my own personal theory, and it's actually making sense to me in a way, because I see no reason why all these things will be happening. This guy, look, listen to what you just played now. He couldn't speak further. They knew at the point in time it was going to, mess the whole thing up, and they just
Yeah,
like,
somebody was whispering the name of the country's president
country
that
president. I
congratulated
thought
him.
I was the only person that heard that part.
Oh, yeah,
I
I heard
thought
it. I think it was Jide Sanwo-Olu who said France.
he was the person whispered. I thought I was the only person that heard it. Thank you, thank you. And Buhari was like, no, leave him alone. For Buhari to tell people to leave you alone. That is because Buhari himself, he wants to be left alone. So for you to be saying that on your behalf, it's bad. They know these things. They know these things, and from reliable sources, they are pressuring Obi to step down. They are pressuring Obi to step down. They can't use the international community. So the best set of people they can use is the same beds of their same feathers, which is the African leaders, they like stuff like this. They are living in, in this kind of situation, and they know if Nigeria gets it right, their countries, every youth in their country there's gonna be an uprising.
Mm.
It will affect their own country. So guess what? The African leaders are the ones coming together, pressurizing Obi. I heard there's an ex-president from Nigeria within, these people pressurizing him, and we have about, let me see, 344 people on this space right now. Let me say this loud and clear. Hmm? Obi might be listening here. If Peter Obi thinks about it, hmm, or reasons to stepping down or withdrawing the case from the court, I personally, I'll sue him personally on my own. Other Nigeria, I will personally sue him. That man is not running for himself. He has a future. He has the hope of millions of Nigerians on his back. That man cannot step down. Nothing is going to make him step. It's not even about Obi now. It's not about Obi anymore. People are depending on Obi right now to deliver that hope. Obi made people travel from America, UK, all over the world back to Nigeria to come and vote. If he dares it, I'm typing a message before you called me to come up. I will post it on his timeline. If you try me, Jimmy, I will sue you personally with my own personal money, because that would be a loss of hope and faith in the whole world, not just Nigeria, Africa, and the whole world. Did you
Mm.
see the effect of things happening in Nigeria? Did you see how Ghanaian youth? Did you see how they attacked their president when he congratulated Bat? It's spreading around. We
And
only
the interesting thing is that I was in Ghana when Nana Akufo-Addo came into power. He challenged. This wasn't the first time that he attempted to be president. As a matter of fact, Nana Akufo-Addo ran for president, I think, twice in Ghana. And the interesting thing was he took John Evans Atta-Mills of blessed memory to court, and he lost. And then he took John Dramani Mahama to court and still lost. Eventually, he ran during the second term of John Dramani Mahama, during the attempt of John Dramani Mahama to have a second term in office. Nana Akufo-Addo still went to court and he won. And that tells you a lot about the democratic process in Africa. But Jimmy, now let me take you on a journey down memory lane. This is not the first time we would have a very controversial election in Nigeria. The election that brought Olusegun Obasanjo to office in 1999 was quite flawed. So before you round up your very brilliant opening submission, I want you to listen to this because I'd like to pick your brains on this.
okay.
Obasanjo's opponent was former Finance Minister Olu Falaye, who called Obasanjo a soldier in civilian disguise. Falaye has disputed the fairness of the vote and said he would fight it constitutionally, legally, and politically.
Well, I'm afraid there's been no election. What has happened is a farce, because the will of the people has been subverted by large-scale and massive rigging of the vote.
The balloting and counting was under scrutiny from international and American election observers, including former President Jimmy Carter. In a statement issued as he was leaving Abuja, Carter said there was a wide disparity between the number of voters observed at the polling stations and the final result that has been reported from several states. He went on to say, regrettably, it is not possible for us to make an accurate judgment about the outcome of the presidential election.
As if that was not enough. When you look, that was 1999. Now take it forward few years. In 2007, when it was time for Olusegun Obasanjo to hand over to his successor, we had this again. Now, unfortunately, that clip does not have some kind of voiceover that backs it up. But of course, the newspaper headlines, especially one from the Daily Trust, it says Yaradua declared winner. And of course, the EU said the elections were fraudulent. So, Jimmy, the question I want to ask you is, have we learned anything in terms of our electoral process? Have we developed as a nation in terms of the process that brings our leaders into power? Because if you remember, in that Peter Obi press conference, he said something that really struck me. He said,
Mm,
if you are to be described as His Excellency, the
yeah.
process that brings you to office
Has to
must
be.
be excellent.
Well, um, you see, when the 1999 election happened, there was a lot of fraudulent activities, and when the Yaradua on to happened, there was a lot. I mean, these things are normal, right? But guess what? That was then. You see, the whole world has actually evolved, and we're now in a different century. Technology is involved. I said it. The number one mistake that these politicians made, the very moment they failed, was when they passed the beavers. When they allowed the beavers, to be used for elections, and the awakening that had happened over the years. Okay, it's mad. A lot of things had happened. I mean, when Obasanjo was there, when Yaradua was there was no Boko Haram, there was no insecurity. Food insecurity wasn't this high. People weren't going through, what they are going through right now. The cost of living wasn't that high. Look, the people have been pushed to the wall many times. They've gone through the wall, and now they've hit rock bottom now. Nowhere to go. They're pushing back. Now the youth are now speaking. We're fighting intellectually, morally, physically, and we're fighting educationally. We're using every skills we've got. No stone unturned. Everything we've got, we've put it into this movement. And that is different. They don't know the kind of people they're dealing with right now. There's no face to it. Everyone is tired. And back in the days, they've bullied our parents compared to what is going on right now. You played a song earlier on. I think it was Femi Kuti. You know, they've done those things to our parents, but now we're not going to take it. It's not going to happen. The election that happened on Saturday was a fraudulent election. We're ready to prove it in the court of law, and they kept saying it. Nigerian judicial system doesn't work. That is what they want you to believe. But with the amount of overwhelming evidence here, that judge probably wants to be somewhere else if they do the wrong thing. So right now, it's not an option. Right now, it's not an option because they know what is coming. But what they don't put into consideration is the powerful movement behind Peter Obi. I mean, no structure, no structure. Now we have over 30 House of Reps, and this guy has been saying it. So you're telling me 30 people, which almost over half of them, right, didn't even have a poster. They didn't even have a billboard to run a campaign. An Okada man, a vigilante by night, a bus driver by day, ran and he won. He has been saying it during his campaign trail. He said, a child of nobody will become somebody without knowing anybody. It is happening already before this guy gets in power. What are we talking about? So these people get into office under his umbrella, and him, the owner of the umbrella, didn't win. Okay, no problem. We'll meet in court. Let me not hot the mic for too much, for too long,
No,
rather.
no, no, no. You're not hugging the mic, my brother Jimmy. I actually love the fact that you brought up that line. As a matter of fact, that line originated from Aisha Yusufu. The fact that, the child of nobody could become somebody without knowing anybody. Now, when it comes to feeling the pulse of the people on the street, when it comes to how average Nigerians feel about this blatant subversion of their will, I mean, I saw this video and I believe that every Nigerian should listen to it.
results, if you do anything with this result, know that what will happen to you. Festus Okoye, INEC chairman, all of you will go down in history as betrayers of the Nigerian people. And let me tell you, you will die in any airport you arrive in the world. Nigerians will kill you. They will not spare you. You governors, you think I don't know what you think. Let me tell you guys. I have been a governorship aspirant. I have been a politician. I've spent my own money for the past 22 years in Nigerian politics. What I'm seeing today, Nigerians have never been this aggressive. Do not, do not.
All right, it's important to make a disclaimer. This was a video that I found on the internet. Whatever threat this person is making in this video is not, there's no way you can attach it to the People's Parliament. It's very important for us to put that out there. I don't regularly do this, but please, I implore you to retweet the space, to tweet the space for people to come in, because today we have a big guest. We have the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for the gubernatorial elections coming up in Rivers State, Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo. I've been on quite a number of spaces. I've heard quite a number of people express their reservations about her candidacy. And for me, I believe that it's easy for people to make conclusions when you haven't had a direct conversation with the person that you're talking about. Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, I saw on Arise TV about an hour ago, and she gave a very, very good account of herself. And I believe that it's important for Obedience, who, of course, predominantly we dominate the social media space. It's important for us to hear what she has to say. It's important for us to give her a listening here, because in my opinion, I've spoken to quite a number of people who gave me a brief insight into the politics of Rivers State. Now, in Yesom Wike, I mean, Jimmy, you mentioned what went down in Obiakwa local government. In Yesom Wike carried out what could be described as a blatant rape of the democratic process, in my opinion, to save his own political future. Well, a lot of politicians would say this is politics, and I mean traditional politicians. But the average Nigerian youth who is getting involved in the political process for the first time would see it as a blatant disrespect to the will of the people. Today, we're going to be having a very extensive conversation with Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, who, if you go through a profile, which is something I've been doing over the last 24 hours, you would understand that this woman is more than qualified for the office that she's vying for. I mean, it is left for you, Obedience. It is left for you, Nigerians, on this platform, irrespective of the political divide that you belong to assess this woman, to listen to her, and to know and maybe decide whether she is worthy of your vote. Once again, I say welcome to the People's Parliament. I'm looking forward to having Sir Max Obesi here anytime soon. We have quite a number of speakers ready to come up. I see you, incoming virus, my brother. I'm going to be bringing up speakers now. Before we get into the thick of the conversation, my brother, you mentioned Obiakpo local government, Jimmy. How would you describe in Yesom Wike and what happened during the 2023 presidential elections in Rivers State?
Well, Wiki is a Trojan horse. Wiki is a Trojan horse that must be
Can you
prevented.
speak a little louder, Jimmy, please?
Oh, yeah, Wiki is a Trojan. Can you hear me now? Is it better now?
Yeah, much better. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Wiki is a Trojan horse that happened to PDP, and I think that's one of the major reasons why we're standing on this, LP top to bottom, But let me just speak about Wiki for a second. You see, the thing about that dude is he's desperate and he knows he has messed up. All right, just like every other governors, he knows he has messed up in so many ways, and he's trying to cover his tracks as much as he could. Okay. And there was a particular campaign he was doing, with his bands and everything, and he was telling people, do not do not vote in who is going to kill me or who is going to put me in jail. I'm not sure, what is probably is referring to article PDP, right? But what Wiki did was just to go for the person with a bag of money, right? Initially, the
Mhm.
kind of Wiki is he was going for Peter Obi, That's the honest truth. He was going for P2B. But after several engagements, the Okute we know will never strike a deal with the devil. The kind of um method and ways Wiki operates is nothing close to P2B. And that's why we say, look, this guy is a saint. Take it or leave it. I don't care what anybody say. He's a saint in the political landscape. You cannot tell me otherwise. Wiki, and you know how smooth Obi is, right? Obi is let me use this Yoruba proverb. Inu ikoko dudu lẹ̀kọ funfun tí ń jáde. You make a white pap, right, from a black pot. I can't figure out how he managed to come out of PDP with his white garment, not stained. So Wiki would Obi would never strike a deal with Wiki, and that was exactly what happened. I'm pretty sure he asked for some positions or something, something, something. Obi will not stand for that, and that was the moment he backed out. He went for the next possible person that can actually emerge, and that's Tinubu. And from the deal, they struck probably win Rivers for me, but I'm not sure what happened along the line. Maybe Wiki just decided, you know what, let me fuck this guy up. Because I still can't wrap my head around the reason why you come up with that amount of votes, 80
And you know,
something.
the interesting thing was on election day, I remember that our dear sister Anita, she was in the violence based situation room, giving a live report of what was going on in Obiapo local government. And it's quite interesting to see that INEC have started uploading the results on the IRF portal. And what we can see from the results declared by INEC initially is quite different from what is being uploaded on the IRF portal, which brings
Yep,
me back to your theory, the theory you had earlier, which is Bola Tinubu being set up by the powers that be to have a very embarrassing crescendo to his political career?
bro. Here's the question: did they pronounce you as a winner? Yes, they did. Did they give you certificate? Yes, they did. Whatever happened after that is none of their business. They've done their part. They probably paid them for it. They've done their job. Because I can't wrap my head around the reason why you called out a result, right? That you went even, and it's not as if they didn't call the INEX chairman's attention to it. They told him, see, look, there are issues with some of these results, and they are still counting some. But he disregarded all those things, and he still went ahead to count. And now, magically, Peter Obi at Obiakpo local government had about 3,000 initially, but right now is on 60 something thousand. So I can't figure out why that happened, you know. And we're not just talking about two, three, four votes. We're talking about thousands, Omar, thousands. Figures you can't change easily, figures you can't prove in the court of law. So I don't understand what is actually going on. But one thing that I understand is the obedient are determined people, and we don't take no for an answer. We've woken up fully and we're taking charge. Whatever it is we want, we put it out there and we get it. The other day
And
when Sule posted that rubbish, sorry, one second.
no,
The
no,
other day
it's okay. Go ahead, my brother.
posted that nonsense. You need to see the kind of attack that went afterwards. Guess what? The American government too, they did the same thing, but they did it in a diplomatical way, right? But then the Republicans are not happy about it because this election was a sham. Financial Times magazine came to Nigeria. They will actually be one of the witnesses in court,
Hmm.
and they found armed men cutting away with the presidential ballot box. They left. Yesterday night, before I slept, I saw another news from Blinken. They're now saying they are reviewing, based on the comment, based on the feedback they got on Twitter, based on how angry Nigerians were, based on the comments and the tweets they were replying them. Blinken said it. They're now reviewing the Nigerian election. We don't need you guys to review anything. Don't review it. See, this obedient movement, we came as a joke, as you guys claimed, right? We're jokers, we're a naive set of people. But now we have over 30 House of Reps and still counting, and we have over 6 senators still counting. We're coming for the governorship now. We are now a force for people to reckon with, and we're not just doing it simply because they call us a cult member or whatever. We're doing it because we want to take our country back, and we will take our country back. And
Hmm.
as for that mandate, the Peter Obi mandate that was stolen, it was just taken away, placeholder, even though it was a terrible placeholder replacement. But then again, a placeholder will always be a placeholder. Tinubu will return that certificate. Just let them know. Pass the message across to him. No laminate am o. No go frame am o. You will return that certificate. I yield.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My brother Jimmy, it's always a pleasure doing this with you every Sunday. I mean, in the days after the election, I was weak in my spirit. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm human. For all of the bravado that you hear behind the voice, there's a way that Nigeria hits you and you start to question your sanity. But somebody that came through for me, in those days, in those subsequent days, was my brother Ayodeji Oyewumi. And of course, we have a very brilliant bunch of panelists already set up this afternoon. And we're going to be passing, the mic around and having a very broad and extensive conversation. We're looking forward to having Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Tubo anytime from 3 p.m. Nigerian time. So please, let's get on with the conversation. In terms of the Labour Party from top to bottom thing, we'll come to that in a bit. But let's take the opening submission from our panelists. I see you, Sir Vic. Thank you so much. My brother Nubari Sata is here, a member of the Niger Delta Congress and an integral member of the Comrade Beatrice Itubo campaign team, is also on the list of panelists that we have this afternoon. My brother Ayodeji Oyewumi, good afternoon. How are you doing? Happy Sunday to you.
Hello, good afternoon to you too. Am I audible enough? Sorry, I'm
Yes,
listening.
loud and clear, my brother. Thank
Okay.
you for the support that you offered in those days. It was quite
It is,
difficult for me, honestly.
yeah, it was quite difficult for everybody to. I mean, looking into the journey, you can imagine having sacrificed 8 months of your life. When I say sacrifice, I mean sacrifice. 8 months of your life in ensuring that we can deliver a new Nigeria, and all of a sudden, just like the biblical verse that says the thief will come like the devil will come like a thief in the night, something like that. So, and then all of a sudden, you're seeing all your labor being eroded, being stolen away. So definitely, it will create a mental setback. It will create that kind of feeling of dejection, hatred, and resentment for your country. But then that is why we are here for ourselves, pulling ourselves together, being able to encourage ourselves and looking at the bigger picture. And more importantly, also looking at the victories that we've also been able to record, even during this whole election, what I call a sham. Just like Jimmy said earlier, I mean, currently we have over 30 House of Rep member still counting, mind you, because I think we have like 100 seats yet to be announced, over 100 seats yet to be announced, and then we have 6 senators still counting. So there's enough reasons to really be grateful to God. Obviously, just like I told you in private, looking back to this movement from beginning till now, uh, I make bold to say that this is God's hand. This is God's hand. We are just mere vessel. We are just mere vessel to be used by God to bring back the glory of this country called Nigeria. So, and I consider myself, I consider every one of us a great, I consider it a great privilege to be used by God to to deliver this mandate. For those of us that are probably you are a Christian, when the people of Israelite moved from Egypt to Israel, and then you have people who were there, people like Joshua, people, and then some other guys who came together to say, what, we will get to the promised land. We will get to the promised, no matter what, no matter the barrier, no matter the years it will even take us, no matter the mistakes that even who would commit on the way. Why? Because there is a God behind the scene that is really pushing all of this thing. And I mean, definitely we'll just get. I'm very, very profoundly convinced, greatly convinced that we will have our mandate back, and this new Nigeria that we are talking about will be delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear brother. We have with us on the platform Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Tubo, the Labour Party gubernatorial candidate for Rivers State. She's here requesting the mic, according to my brother Nubari Sata, but I cannot see her request yet, but I can see her on the platform. Comrade Beatrice, please kindly request the mic. Okay, I'm sending you an invitation to speak right now. I can see you on the platform, which is good. It would be nice to have a conversation with you. Nigerians are looking forward to hearing your voice. Please request the mic if you have your media handlers around. Okay, I think she's actually accepted the request. Yes, she's here with us as a speaker. Okay, let's get into the thick of the conversation. But before we do that, I would like to listen to the very, very fiery Savik. Savik, I've been looking forward to hearing your opinion on everything that went down since February 25th. I know that you have a lot on your mind, and it will be nice to hear what you have to say. Comrade Beatrice Itubo, thank you. Welcome to the People's Parliament. Everybody on the platform, I beseech you, I beg you, please retweet the space. Let's get more people. If you know anybody in Rivers State, invite them into this conversation. Whatever question you have for this amazing woman who has done a lot for the Nigerian Labour Congress and is now running for the governorship of Rivers State, a state obviously that is being ruled by a mini tyrant who had the audacity to subvert the will of the people in such a blatant way. Please retweet the space, invite your friends into this conversation. Let's get the conversation going. Good afternoon, sir. Vika. How are you doing today? Happy Sunday.
Thank you, Omar. Thank you, everyone on the space. Thank you, Comrade Beauty Sotoba, for joining us. Omar, honestly, what I've been doing the last 1 week is try to, um, encourage folks, try to bring them back to normalcy, because what happened on February 25th, it hits all of us. And so what I've been doing is calling friends, calling family members, calling a lot of people, trying to walk people back up to normalcy, right? So for everyone that is on this space, it's a kind of therapy for all of us. Let's continue to push forward. Let's continue to make sure that we have election to win again on the 11th of March. So let's put up that energy again and go win the election. Like Jimmy perfectly summarized, our principal, we know that he's going to recover his mandate. When he recovers his mandate, he's going to need these governors. He's not going to need these House of Assemblies to be able to actually implement all the policies he has told us about. So let's not get weary. In fact, if there is anything that we should do right now, it's even to work harder than we worked before, because we have seen that this system is a rigged system. It is rigged against the common man. And the only way we can actually stop this from happening again is actually to extinguish all of them. Extinguish every single establishment politician. Take them out of the space, so that we can have same people, we can have people that have the right intention for the common man, to bring them on board. And Omar, you mentioned something around, what is happening with the IREV right now. If you juxtapose it with exactly what, was recorded on the polling unit day, right? The truth is, there's been a lot of intelligence coming out since after the election. One intelligence said that the plan was to blatantly rig the election so that people will be so annoyed and then they will take to the streets. On taking to the streets, these politicians will hijack the protests and then begin to cause destruction on INEC offices and destroy evidences. So that's been one of the intelligence out there. And it's left for people to kind of dissect it and to agree with or not to agree on it. But there is to me, there is some merits to it. Because if you see what has happened since February 25th, you'll understand that there's some bit of frustration coming out from the APC quarters. Because what they had anticipated was for people to go to the street, and then but that didn't happen. In fact, it took our principal 4 days to make a comment. And so the last press conference that APC had, you would understand that they started calling him, he's the most dangerous politician in Nigeria, because they are frustrated because what they had planned, they didn't see it happen. And so when you see now IREC, and we see now IREC uploading the actual result coming out of Rivers State, it means that they wanted those evidences destroyed. The reason why INEC is uploading right now, because they can't cut corners anymore. it's been more than 7 days that the election is concluded. So they will be forced to upload because they cannot manufacture results anywhere. Even as I'm talking to you now, there's equally more than 15,000 polling units that's not been uploaded because they cannot manufacture the result anymore to upload in the portals. So that's what is going on. So it's now left for us to kind of look at what has happened and tell ourselves that this is our mandate. We are going to recover it. Let's not be downcasted anymore. Let's go out there and vote Labour Party all the way on March 11th. Labour Party all the way. And so, Omar, thank you so much. Let me not hug the mic so much because we have a guest here and I yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
God bless you, Savik. I'm going to be keeping you up. Of course, I love to have you as a panelist because of your insightful, angle that you bring into every conversation. Fellow Nigerians, if you're just joining us, our guest on this platform this afternoon is Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo. She is the gubernatorial candidate for the Labour Party in the Rivers State gubernatorial elections coming up on the 11th of March 2023. Just a brief insight into the person we're going to be having a conversation with. She graduated from the government girls secondary school, Harbour Road, I believe in Port Harcourt. She has a higher national diploma in environmental health, River State College of Health Science and Technology. She was a trade union practice. She has a trade union practice in changing world certificate from the Michael Imodu Institute for Labor Studies, and also a workplace health, safety, and welfare from Abertay University in Dundee. I believe that is in Scotland. And of course, she also has a comparative study of health services between Nigeria and South Africa and Nigeria Workers College in Durban. In terms of a CV and the places she's worked before, she used to be the chairperson for the Nigerian Labour Congress in Rivers State. She's also a former chairperson, Medical Health and Health Workers Union of Nigeria, Rivers State branch. She is also a former treasurer for the Nigerian Labour Congress in Rivers State. She is a pioneer board member of the Primary Healthcare Board, Healthcare Management Board. If you are requesting the mic, please, it is important for you to have retweeted the space. And I'm going to be doing this for the first time because we need to get as many people into this conversation as possible. A very good afternoon to you, Madam Beatrice Itubo. Please kindly unmute your mic. It's such a pleasure
Good
to have you
afternoon,
on the
Amma.
People's Parliament.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
parliamentarians.
ma'am. Thank you so much. It's the first time anybody's actually addressing us as the parliamentarians. I mean, Darren used to do that. She used to co-host this platform with me. Madam Beatrice, it's nice to have you on the platform. Please, can you give us a brief insight into your personality, into your career before we go into your sojourn in politics? Can you
Yes,
just
I,
give us
yes,
a brief
actually,
insight into your journey so far?
I'm a civil servant who grew through the ranks and retired as a director in environmental health. From there, I entered into the labor movement, like you said. From my own union, the Medical and Health Workers Union, I grew from the ranks until I became the state chairperson. And I reigned for 8 years. And within that period, I was able to build a secretariat. I was handed over a one-room apartment as an office, but I had to move the union from that place to a duplex that we bought the land and built. So also in that direction, the workers saw me as fit, and there they pushed me from there to the Nigeria Labour Congress, where I served as a treasurer for 8 years. And upon the completion of that 8 years, I was called by the same workers to say I should go and occupy the number one position of being the chairman of NLC here in the state. And so that position I've been holding up till last Friday when I handed on 24th, when I handed over to my vice chairman because of this electionary campaign, because we are preparing for the delegates conference of the NLC, and I wouldn't have time to go there and begin to prepare along with them. So I had to hand over to my vice chairman, who is now seeing how he can go about preparing for the conference on the 7th, that is next Tuesday. I think they'll be holding that conference, and then a new leadership will emerge. So far, that's how. Patricia Tuba is a mother of 5, happily married, and I'm doing very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Beatrice, for that brief introduction. Talking about your sojourn into politics, can you give us a brief insight into how your journey has been so far and how you ended up? Because from what I found on your campaign website and of course on the Daily Post Nigeria, it says the chairman of the River State Council of Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC), Beatrice Itubo, has emerged the governorship candidate of the Labour Party in the state. Itubo was declared winner of the primaries after pulling 201 votes out of 272 delegate votes. She defeated a former member of the House of Representatives, Eneyi Braid, who polled 71 votes. Now, there's been a bit of controversy because somebody came up and said he is the Rivers State gubernatorial candidate for the Labour Party. Can you quickly address that particular controversy in a minute, please?
Okay, thank you for that question. I didn't want to blow that issue to the skies because I didn't want to give that elder statesman unnecessary publicity. It's supposed to be a respected statesman, but coming to this level, peddling lies is really unfortunate. Be that as it may, I contested, like you said, the primaries of Labour Party here in the state, and I won overwhelmingly. At the end of the day, the party came to River State, gave me a flag, and we have been campaigning. We have been traversing the nooks and crannies of River State, campaigning for myself and the obedient family, our own principle. And that's exactly what we did. And at the end of the day, we saw the daylight robbery, and we are all pained. And then we are saying that we should be able to come out this March 11 to replicate what was done during the election of 25th of February, so that people can know that actually these people we have voted, we voted for Obi. And so it is a mandate that all of us are determined to recover. And so coming now to set up this distraction, I'm the candidate, I'm not the candidate. I don't want to really blow the trumpet much because I wouldn't want to do anything that would.
I totally understand that. I
Yes.
totally understand that. There's no point in giving any kind of oxygen to somebody who is just trying to create controversy this deep into the electioneering season. Now, talking about the blatant robbery that occurred on the 25th of February in Rivers State. What do you have to say to that? Because we saw the results coming in from Obiakpo local government. I mean, it looks like an absolute travesty of justice. Young Nigerians like me and many on this platform, we just felt like, why would Nyesom Wike, somebody who left the PDP alongside four other governors and tagged themselves the integrity group? Was there any kind of integrity in everything that was carried out on the 25th of February in Rivers State?
Action we display in life, I think God has the final say. And that's why I said we are determined to reclaim that mandate. Everybody saw daylight robbery. All the polling units, most of the calculations were made there, and results were written. And at the end of the day, for somebody to now go because they have gone to talk to INEC, and then throughout the whole federation, they couldn't upload. INEC that promised us when we went for the meeting, and they told us that they must upload in the polling units, and that if those beavers are taken out of that particular unit, it will no longer, it will shut down. Then all of a sudden, they change the rule at the middle of the game. So I don't really understand what's going on, but I want to believe that God is in perfect control, and that this mandate we must recover it by the grace of God. And so we can see there's nothing integrity. If you ask me the meaning of integrity, it means people that will stand for the truth, people who will do the right thing, no matter whose ox is God. So coming to see them behave the way they were, you know that that name integrity was just in nomenclature. There is nothing that is integrity in them. So I don't really see them as anything. That's why I say I don't want to even talk about them. But all we know is that we have the evidences, and we are determined to recover that stolen mandate.
It's such a pleasure hearing you speak because a lot of people have said, "Oh, we don't know this woman. We're not familiar with her." Blah blah blah. I'm still going to come to certain aspects of the reservations that have been expressed about your candidacy, but I don't want to be the one asking all of the questions. I don't know if any of my co-hosts has a question. If they don't, I'm going to go straight to our panelist. Sir Max Obesi, welcome to the platform. It's such a pleasure to have you and do this with you every Sunday. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. Sorry, guys. I, I had an engagement, so I was running late. But it's good. I was listening to some of the submissions. I'm enjoying it. Um, Madam Beatrice, it's good to have you on our platform. I like what I've heard so far, and I do not want to preempt what people would come up with, but I'm trying. I think I'm enjoying the conversation, and I hope that more of our parliamentarians would get to engage you, and at the end of the day, it will be an insightful moment, an insightful conversation, and people will get to know more about you and more about what you stand for.
Okay, so Nigerians, if you have questions for Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Utubo and you cannot get the mic, feel free to drop your questions in the comment section of the space, and I'm going to read them out to her as we proceed. I can see my brother Savik is here. Ayodeji Iwomi is here. Tweet Doctor is here as well. Tweet Doctor, I see you raising your hand. If you have any question for Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Tubo, please, it's important for you to raise your hand so that I can know that you are willing to ask her questions. Savik, I'll start with you. Tweet Doctor, I'll come to you next. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Tubo, for joining us. The question I have for you is regarding security. There's been intelligence out there regarding some threats that are being leveled for Labour Party candidates in River State, and we know, the because I've been in River State all my life. So my question to you: how are you taking the security serious in terms of the leading up to this election that is going to be in the next 6 days? And what is exactly between you and our principal Peter Obi? Do you have any plan to have him come back to River State to galvanize support for? Because he has told us that we should vote LP all through. So is there any plan in place to have him come back to River State to do a joint campaign with you? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful question. Actually, after that daylight robbery, even me, I'm downcast, though I'm trying to gather myself after the press conferences I held. And right now, I came to Abuja and we were talking. I met with our principal PO. And somebody who has spent so much money and then he won there. Like, if he didn't win, at least he will go home and say, yes, I didn't win. But he knows that he has won this election and that daylight robbery. So we are still talking if he will be able to muster enough courage to be strong to come to the West. It will be a welcome development. But the other day we talked, he has already re-endorsed me and calling on Rivers people to come and vote for me. I feel that ordinarily I should be human enough to know what is passing through. I may not push further, but if there is a way I can also softly talk and appeal, and he will come, I think I too will be obliged. I'll be very happy to have him in Rivers. But we have not closed. So, but I know that I have his full backing. Then on the issue of security, I know that God is the greatest security, but then the little we can be able to do as humans, we are trying to put everything in place. More so, we are relying on the federal security. We have the police, we have the military, we have the civil defense. All these people are here as the security architecture of the state to see how they can be unbiased and then treat everybody fairly. But what we saw during the last one was that some of them were aiding and abetting these PDP people to begin to commit PDP, and because PDP River State, who later voted for APC, and then you can see the way this thing crossed, and then we find ourselves where we are. But the truth is that 99 days is for the thief, 1 day is for the owner of the house. This coming Saturday is not going to be business as usual, because I know that most of the people, even those who are not aiding them, because most of the candidates who today are now coming around to call obedience to come to their side, we are actually campaigning for Ashiwaju, and we are all aware of it. And so most of them kept mute because at that time they were not directly involved, and because what they were doing was favoring the person that they are also trying to clamor that the person should be voted for. So they did say, but this time around, all of us are involved directly, and I know that the way I stood and I was shouting in that previous election, most of all of them will also stand this time to shout. So I think I'm seeing that something will at least balance a little, even though, and also we are pleading with not pleading, we are calling on INEC, because it is their duty to organize a free and fair election. They can still redeem their image this Saturday if they can stand firm. Because as for that P2B's mandate, we must recover that mandate by the grace of God. So they should now live up to expectation this and come out and tell Nigerians that they will upload this result at the polling units. And result that is not uploaded at the polling units, then all the agents must have the original result sheet snapped. And that is the one that should be done, and not going there to begin to mutilate figures. So long as they don't give us that assurance, then we will know that they don't want these elections to hold. But I pray that the election should be peaceful, should be credible, should be the wishes of the people that will manifest. Because by the time you begin to cut corners and bring people who are not popular to lead to, that's why you have this retrogression that the nation is facing today. Because if we have people that know that they will be accountable to the people who has voted them, of course they will be able to live up to expectations and put people first before any other thing. So that's exactly where we are. So as for
Thank
security,
you
rest
so
assured,
much.
I'm calling on the voters to come out in their number. Their security will be guaranteed. They should come out, the obedient family, and our teaming supporters should come out in their number and replicate what they did on the 25th, this 11th, so that people will really know that actually we voted for Peter Obi. And also, as the people will recover the mandate, he needs an army of governors who will also stand by him, So if you go back now, and become complacent, and after all, what happened? What do we do? And of course, you'll be bringing him out, and he will be alone there. And of course, wouldn't be having the foot soldiers that will give him the necessary backing. So I'm calling on all obedience all over River State and the nation at large to come out on the 11th and vote for Papa, Mama, Pikin. That is where they
God
should
bless
press their
you,
hand.
Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo. I'm on your campaign website right now, and I can see your 10 points agenda. So this is how I'm going to run the space. I'm going to ask you questions. I'm going to just talk about each of your campaign agenda one by one. But when I ask one question concerning your campaign agenda, we'll go to one of our speakers who gets to ask you a question, and then we'll go back to your campaign agenda. I think that's a very interesting way to drive the conversation. So the number one point on your campaign agenda is employment creation. What do you have to say to that?
Yes, employment creation in the sense that we have seen a lot of insecurity and this gangsterism. All these things are propelled by unemployment. Because there's an adage that says an idle mind is a devil's workshop. And you see these children who have come out of school and then they stay in the house not doing anything, they are frustrated. And what is the next thing? Some of them will begin to go into criminality, and then there will be criminal tendencies all around. And we are trying to bring down criminality in society so that we can have a very peaceful society to live in. So what do? We have to go out of our way to create employment for these teeming youth. And how are we going to get about that? We are going to ensure that there is security first. Because if there is peace and security, we will be able to bring in foreign investors, private investors who will now come to invest their money. Because nobody will want to come and throw his money or her money in an area where before you know people are running away, before you know your money, there are no stable policies, and then everybody will be, your money will be thrown into them. We go into the drain. It is not happening anywhere. So we'll ensure and when this place is peaceful, because we'll go to town hall meetings, appealing to our youth, and then making sure that the place is coming. And then we bring in these foreign investors who will come and invest. And we encourage them, even the other companies where we have shares. We'll go back and ask them, even our own profit, they should plow it back and expand their trade so that they can be able to employ more rivers, indigenous, and those living and working in River State. And also, we intend to engage a lot of areas. Okay, I will not go delve into ecotourism because you'll be talking to me about that, but then all this will be encompassing in our trying to generate this employment. Because there are some companies that have gone moribund, we'll try to revive them, and when they are revived, of course, they will create employment for our teeming youths and also create revenue for the state so we can begin to use these revenues and see how we can improve the economy of the state. And then another way to government is already bleeding. This extravagant expenditure, we will be able to see how we can begin to be frugal in our expenditures so we can have enough resources to employ people living in the public sector. If you go to the sector, everywhere is empty. People are retiring on daily basis. Nobody is being employed. Then you go to these hospitals, everywhere is empty. You see one doctor attending to how many thousand patients, and it's not supposed to be that way. The whole standard is that there is a particular number of people that a doctor should attend to, particular number of people that a nurse should attend to, there's a particular number of people that a particular environmental officer should attend to in a particular space. So when this is not done, that's why I see that these places are crowded. And what do we have? People will begin to run away because they're not even paid well. Then you now come and overload them with duties. And so people will begin to, that's why you see these people are going about out of the country. Some are going even on medical tourism because even the facilities are not well catered for. So we'll be able to put everything in place and see how we can make the place conducive so we can be able to, through this angle in the public sector, will create jobs. If you go to the schools, not teachers. You see one teacher, one headmaster, one teacher in a whole school. People have retired, nobody's replacing them. So we'll go all out and create, we have a database. We have a database where we begin to know what do we lack in so and so places. In short, I make bold to say that we have a database where we know many people that are leaving the service and then bring in fresh hands so that these people who are already at the verge of leaving will begin to train. So because there's something called on-the-job training. So this one will be trained because what you learned in school is most times it's not what is applicable on the table of the job. And so this one will begin to train this one. And for as this people are exiting, we have people that are experienced that will continue to run the system. So these are the ways. And so many other ways as we continue to ask me, I will also tell you in order of our 10-point agenda where we'll begin to create employment for the teeming rivers youth. We have a lot of lofty program for this state. How we are acting that they should give us a chance so that we can come and put them on the table and implement them.
And a chance you would get from obedience, definitely. Talking about foreign investors who might be willing to come back to the country and invest in River State. Dr. Dozier is a translational medicine expert, and I believe he lives outside the country. He has a question for you, Dr. Dozier. Good afternoon from this part of the world. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, Omar. Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity. And thank you, comrade, for coming to talk to Nigerians. I have maybe a two-part question for you, and that question is influenced by I've spent time in River State. I did my youth service in Bayelsa years ago, and I saw both Rivers and Bayelsa, but more Rivers, a very endowed part of Nigeria with natural resources, and and can transform both River State and most of Nigeria by its economic activity. But the question, one first part of the question is security. I know that was asked before, and you answered it, I believe, from the perspective of that was asked before in the context of the election, and you answered it, I believe, from the perspective of um, the federal government and the government security apparatus will be there. But what we've experienced is that leaders in River State have been above average reckless, and I'm talking about the current governor. And so, what would you say to obedience who are now deciding, okay, I would go and support Comrade on Saturday, but I do not trust the Nigerian security apparatus? How can I make sure that I don't fall? What personal steps can I take to um, to be certain that if the Nigerian security apparatus is not there for me, I at least am not in total harm's way. That's one part. The second part of it is part security, part equity, um, which is the idea that I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, that most of the recent leaders in River State are from the mainland area of River State, around Ikwere area and so forth, and that the people in the riverine parts or further away from Port Harcourt, places like Bori, maybe further, have been excluded from the dividends of democracy, if you will. First of all, is that true? And if it is true, what's your plan to make sure that that does not stay the same way? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start from the last one. That's I have been talking about an all-inclusive government, because a government that will begin to look at a particular geographical region and begin to give more premium to that area is a government that is calling for anarchy. Because it will mean that people will begin to think if my own person is not there, then nothing for us, which is a very bad signal. So we are going to ensure that we carry everybody along. I am from one of the local government. My local government, of course, is one of the worst hit, because to start with, for the past, I mean, we didn't have a commissioner. There's no road in my place. There is nothing, no electricity, no water. It's as if we are not part of River State. And so I am from such a disadvantaged local government. And so coming on board now, I will be able to carry everybody along. And in fact, when I was going, traversing the nooks and crannies of River State, telling them what our programs are, that's exactly what I was telling them. We will ensure that the rural areas are developed massively. Because why we have this one city state is because everybody is now drifting to Port Harcourt. But if we can be able to put infrastructures in these local government areas and begin to ensure that we put certain things, because we are trying to talk about farm settlements, that's why trying to talk about looking at the places and putting skill acquisition areas, and also trying to encourage people to open private companies in this local government area. That will also shift people. And then if you can make electricity available, there is security, there are road networks. Everybody, people, you see that people are even more comfortable living in the rural areas than even in the township. Because myself, I like living, because that place the air is fresh. Everything, you have everything going for you. In fact, if you are living in a room, you don't have even much security threats. So we are going to ensure that we carry all the communities along. That's exactly why we are going to bring in technocrats who have been proven before now, who are good in that. We are not going to bring in mediocres. We are not going to bring in people that will be psychopaths singing praises when there is not to be sung. We are going to bring people that will look at the governor in the face and tell the governor, this is what we think is right. And of course, we are going to follow due process. You know, the problem we have is that recently we have been bringing in people that some of them have never worked anywhere. So they think that everything is about gangsterism, about bullying people, intimidation. And that's exactly where we are. But we are going to ensure that things are done following due process, because I'm a person of due process. I came out from the system and I know how the system works. So I'll be able to see how we can put this in place and restore back River State to that state of sanity. River State used to be a very peaceful and a peaceful state. Where people love to come to River State. I know that some weekends people driving from other nearby states to come to River State to enjoy the serenity of River State. But today, what do we have? People are running away because of rascal governance. So we should be able to bring in place sanity again. And what are we going to do about it? We are going to consciously determined that we are not going to favor one ethnic group far and above the other. We are all reversible. First and foremost, we create that environment or atmosphere of trust amongst ourselves. The riverine will be able to trust the upland man. The upland will trust that we begin to create that brotherliness so that even when we leave River State, you can see that then when we go out of River State, we call ourselves brothers and sisters. You can hardly see a River person outside and see any hand befalling that person and you look the other way. You will come and rise to the occasion to defend that person. So that spirit should be rekindled in us. So we can see ourselves as brothers and begin to work together and see how we can develop our state holistically. Because most of when we go out and we see some other states, they have a lot of townships in their state. Sometimes I envy them. So we should be able to replicate that. We should be able to bury maybe Ahoda, Degema, maybe the Bonny houses. We should be able to create mini townships that people will live and live comfortably. That's exactly what we done. How do we go about that? We are going to ensure that we begin to decentralize some of these policies of government and make sure that there are some infrastructures that will be developed in this area that will attract people to be there and then live comfortable. But first and foremost, we must tackle security. Because you don't go to, you wouldn't have to go and live in the place whereby in the night they come there and carry you and your family away and begin to ask for ransom. So when we're able to create jobs and settle that, I think the place will be peaceful enough for people to live, work, and also prosper. We are going to have a prosperous state and a peaceful one at that.
Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice. Dr. Dozier, did she answer all of your questions?
I think she answered most
The
of it, but
first one.
Yes,
yes, I did.
security of votes.
Yes,
Security of votes.
of
Yes, I think.
people of
Thank you.
volunteers and people who would support,
Yes,
because
thank
I
you.
think that your first answer was relying on the state, on the government of Nigeria, which frankly I think at least there's some people on this platform who don't trust that. So is there any suggestion? And this is because the reason I'm asking this question is a lot of obedience are first time participants in this process. They are not as experienced as you are in the reverse political process. What can you say to them to brace themselves, to plan for themselves, to engage in this, frankly, zoo of a political space?
I say thank you for that wonderful question. Actually, when I talk of the federal security apparatus, I'm talking of the legal security structure. We cannot just wish them away. They are there too, but we are trying to engage them to make sure that this time around they will become an unbiased, unfair kind of, they will be fair to everybody. But aside that, we're also calling on our people because evil thrives when good people look the other way. So if all of us can consciously come out that day as you vote, just get a little water, maybe a little snack that you take, and you sit there. And at the end of the voting, the INEC has said they will upload in the polling unit. You'll be there to ensure that they count these votes. And as they're counting, if you have an Android phone, any other phone at all, you can snap the counting process, snap the original result sheet, and then from there we'll begin to upload them. And at the end of the day, I think security will be assured because we too we are moving. These people that they are using to terrorize people, they are human beings like us. We live in the communities together, so we're also appealing to their consciences. And I want to believe that most of them this time around will not come out to perpetrate any crime. They will not come out to harm anybody. People should be bold. People should be determined to come out and vote. And we're also doing a lot of things. Not something I begin to talk here in the People's Parliament Forum. But I know that there are so many things we are engaging in a lot, and I know that that day, by God's grace, is going to be peaceful, and votes will also count.
Amen. Because I've actually thought about it that when aspirants come on platforms like this and we ask them questions relating to security, of course they can answer the ones that are the legal side of things, the state apparatus. They can touch on that, but it might be difficult to touch on other security plans that they might have to protect voters. So it's totally understandable that you are being circumspect on that. Now let's touch on the second point of your 10 point agenda, which is the affirmative action on women, youths, non-indigens, and people who living with disabilities. Now, there's a question that concerns that, and I'm going to leave that to the illuminator. The illuminator is a visually impaired person whom I can describe as a victim of the Nigerian state and the ineptitude of our security apparatus. Tommy Waziri, the illuminator. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Your question in 1 minute, please.
All right, Mr. Omar, can you hear me? Thank you so much.
Loud and clear, my brother.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, Madam Comrade Beatrice. It's really nice to have you here. Quickly, okay. First of all, I like that you are a mother, so you understand where I'm coming from, and I'm going to be coming from the angle of empathy towards persons with persons with abilities. Myself being a person with disability, so also being a person with disability rights activist. My question to you, Ma, is what are your plans for persons with disabilities in River State? Usually we get this when people speak and it's just on paper, they say they are going to give person with disabilities positions, a particular percentage, but we see that not happening. Do you have plans to do that? What are your plans for inclusion as well? That's welfare of persons with disabilities. I am just speaking on behalf of persons in River State. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. That's actually, I think that's number 3 on our 10 points agenda.
Oh, it's
Is
not.
issue of women, the issue of women.
It's number 2.
Uh, okay, number 2,
Affirmative
issue
action on
action
women,
on
youth,
women, youth
non-indigens,
and
and
people,
people living
non-indigenous
with
people living with
disabilities.
disabilities. Yes, I think that's number 2. And yes, we place people living with disabilities in high premium, and that's exactly why we have been able to engage them in several forums. We didn't let them just remain like that. We have been talking with them, and actually, we really have a program that we will include them. If you look at that, our 10 point agenda very well, where we explained how we are going to bring them in, include them. We said we'll give a percentage of even employment. We shall make sure that those of them who have gone to school are employed. In fact, in my team, the Labour Party team, the Obedient Group, we have somebody who is visually impaired from Opobo. He's one of our assembly candidates. His name is Senebo Pepple. He's visually impaired, but he's one of our House of Assembly candidates. So we are trying to carry everybody along. And how are we going to do? We have a database. When I talk of database. I like dealing with statistics and data because I don't like speculations. So what we do, we get a database and know those who are employed, who have gotten requisite skills. And then we begin to ensure that when employments are going on, they will be given a reasonable quota. Because sometimes you go to these employers and they just say, employ these people. And then when you leave the place, they begin to turn the other way and they will not. So we'll ensure that there's a monitoring team. And even in the government circle, where we want to employ, we'll give them a special quota. My numbers are everywhere. I'm a comrade. And of course, you know that comrades are activists. And because I'm coming from that activism background, I'll be able to carry everybody along. If you ask your colleagues, they will tell you, I've engaged with them on more than 3 occasions, and we are still talking. And I said, when we come on board by the grace of God, we are going to have a database where we'll get to know who did what and who didn't do what, and those who can still be trained in skills so that they can be able to fend for themselves, and those who are so incapacitated such that they cannot be able to fend for themselves. We'll have a kind of structure whereby we will have a fund that will be there. People will then will begin to administer to them how we can be able to administer. And of course, those that are living with those such disabilities will be able to get them free healthcare services so that they can also feel that they are part of the society, which of course they are. So we can be able to carry them along. We have so many other programs jam-packed for these people, but then I will begin to release them one after the other. So we continue to engage. Like I will always tell other people, I say most times we will do engagement a lot. Because when we talk to you, and you tell us what you really need. And then when we go about implementing them, of course, you will feel that you are being carried along. But when we come and begin to foist programs on your projects, and of course, you will not see it as part of you. So we want people to own these projects so that when we put them in place, they will be able to also appreciate it and also guard it jealously and see how we can move society forward. So I have a lot for the people living with disability.
Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice Itubo. We have quite a number of questions for you in the comment section, and I can assure you that some of them are quite tricky. In my opinion, we're going to touch on a particular part of your campaign manifesto. I'll come to that in a bit. The third point on your agenda. Before I go to our next speaker, but this one from Saint Augustine de Porres says, question for Madam. As an energy practitioner, I'm interested in knowing your solution to improving the very parlous energy situation in rural areas. Most of Rivers State rural areas and villages are not connected to the electricity grid. What solutions are you bringing?
Thank you. First and foremost, I know that there is a law that has been, I think it is not a law yet. A bill has been passed by the National Assembly that even individuals can generate power and also distribute. But the last time I checked, I googled that it's like the president has not assented to it. So if we come on board by the grace of God, we are going to ensure that the president will assent to that so that people can begin to generate. And if a human being can generate energy and then distribute, of course, the state government should be able to generate more. So when we generate, we'll be able to also distribute to these rural areas. And also, we are going to enter into partnership, like I said, with private sector that will begin to give us. There are solar energies everywhere. We should be able to see how we can look at what we have in the state to see how we can improve the power sector. Because actually, power is key if you want to industrialize any nation or any state. But without power, there is no way the industries will thrive. Most of the industries that left Nigeria for Ghana is because of power. Because when you begin to produce with, you buy diesel, you buy this, you buy that, and at the end of the day, you produce at a very high cost. Then you begin to now supply it back into the goods and services, and then people will begin to access these goods at a very exorbitant prices. And so when smugglers bring in and it becomes cheaper, they tend to go for those. So our company, our industries will begin to go down. So we shall ensure that there is at least enough energy so people can begin to run. Even the local saloon, the medium and small scale businesses, without power, they cannot be able to operate because they begin to buy fuel. Now, how much do we have fuel in Port Harcourt? We are buying for 350, 380. It's not even stable. And then how many liters will you buy to begin to prepare your generator if you are doing hairdressing salon? How much are you going to collect to now get your capital first and then you begin to have your profit? So all these things have a kind of effect that begins to tell on the end user, who is the consumer. So we are going to see how we can be able to put in place policies that will improve. And for now that that law has not been assented to, we'll be able to see how we can engage the power sector, those who work in that sector, and see how we can be able to come into collaboration with them and see how they can be able to increase the grid. In fact, some of the communities that are very close that will be able to connect to the national grid will be able to do that, and also encourage the people that are in that sector to see how they can be able to distribute this energy, because we are told that sometimes they don't even buy, but they want people to pay, and that's why sometimes they send their workers and the people are at risk of being mobbed. Because I've not seen light for the past 3 months, and you are coming to ask me to pay you NEPA bill. Of course, I will not be. I will not be happy to. Yes, I've seen where some of them were almost mobbed, but for security agencies that came to intervene. So you can see that we'll be able to ensure that we collaborate with them. So we see, make sure that people pay for the services they are utilizing, not for services they are not utilizing. So we are going to do all we can to see how we can stabilize electricity within River State and its environs to the glory of God, not by our
To
power,
the
but
glory
God will
of
give us
God.
the
Thank you so
grace.
much, Comrade Beatrice Itubo. If you're on this space, I beg you once again, please retweet the space. Please get more people into the conversation. Comrade Beatrice Itubo is someone whom quite a number of people have expressed reservations about her candidacy. And of course, she's available here for you to ask her questions. And from what I've listened to so far, you see, that's what they say about judging a book by its cover. And I believe that when it comes to inclusivity of, people in governance, a lot of people try to sidestep women. And when you listen to, I'm a man myself, obviously, but when you listen to women and you look at the brilliant ideas that they bring to the table, it's a bit confusing when you see how these political gladiators do their best to relegate women to the backseat of politics. And I believe that the Labour Party and the obedient movement has come here to change that particular mode of operation. Before I go to our next speaker, who probably has a question for Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, there's a particular video that's been on the internet for such a long time, and that was Governor Nyesom Wike, addressing Rivers State traditional rulers. And it's interesting that in the campaign manifesto of Comrade Beatrice Itubo, she mentioned traditional rulers. Before I ask her about her plans that relating to traditional rulers, it's important to listen to this clip.
I should let you know the implication, what it means. It's not for you to take it and go and keep it in your bedroom or put it in your shrine. There are people who worship various shrines. It's for you to, when you're coming out for official function, you come with it. That differentiates you with any other ordinary chief. Like you said, that some people are answering royal highnesses who are not recognized by government, but you are also carrying ordinary working stick that is meant for other people who are not recognized by government. You see, so we must show good example. I agree with what you have said. In fact, I want to tell Attorney General to make sure that we propose a bill to the State House of Assembly. If you're not a government recognized traditional ruler, you cannot answer your royal highness. Stop clapping. You have been selfish. Don't stop clapping. It's not something to clap. It's something that should be done, which is the right thing. It's not because of you, because you won't be there forever. It's to protect the institution. So don't clap because you are there now. So this year we're going to, it will be a serious year. Anybody, stop shaking your head because that's for you should stop shaking your head. You are one of those who are causing problem. They gave you chieftaincy, a young boy, so you don't even know what to do with it. And then when I'm speaking, you're shaking your head like this. Oh, fake, causing problem everywhere. You just go and wear something that's bigger than you. When somebody looking for power, you would think that an elderly person, very small young man. This one. I know when I was in school, he was running about, running around, going for errand. Now he's wearing Osman Danfodio. That you begin to breathe.
Now, a lot of people would find this hilarious, as I do. I'm a Yoruba man, and where I come from, there's a very high level of reverence for traditional rulers. Looking at the condescending way the sitting governor of Rivers State, in Nyesom Wike, addressed traditional rulers on this particular platform that we just listened to, and looking at your own third point of your agenda, of your manifesto for the people of Rivers State, you says it says integration of our chieftaincy's tools into the peace and security architecture. Now, Rivers State has had its security challenges over the years. We've heard a lot about it, even in terms of the music that we listen to, Afrobeat music. We've had a lot of musicians, make a number of songs about the security situation in Rivers State. You said integration of our chieftaincy's tools into the peace and security architecture. Now, I want to understand how you plan to do that, because a lot of people say something about when people bring up manifestos. Manifestos are usually very nice to read. Oh, agenda one, this is this, that. But how do you plan to integrate chieftaincy tools into the peace and security architecture of Rivers State?
Thank you. I think a quick one. The chiefs, our royal fathers, are highly respected in the communities where they belong. And these are people that members of the community rally around. And so we feel that as fathers of the community, they know everybody who resides in the community. And even people that are around them, the other sub chiefs, they know these people. And whether we like it or not, these people are the people that know those that are criminal elements in every society. So if we can integrate them by kind of forming a kind of uh, uh, organization or a kind of peace and security architecture whereby we can now bring them in. They become the security heads of their various communities. What do I mean by that? They begin to host security meetings. We can also have this local vigilante that will be trained by them. Of course, we know that there will be checks and balances because sometimes you have given people power and then they begin to abuse it. But I know that our royal fathers are not going to abuse. They look at people who have good track records in the community. And sometimes some of them can be like spies. Then they begin to bring informations to the chief who did what and who didn't do what. And of course, we'll also bring them in. They, with the federal government security agencies, will begin to work together. They begin to exchange information. And then from that way, they can be able to also manage the communities. Because the time was when if you go to a community to arrest, before police can arrest anybody in a community, you go to the chief. And the chief has to send for the person and then hand over the person to the police. All these things are to ensure that the royal fathers are given their rightful place, their respect. So when the community, this youth or whoever that has criminal tendency knows that the chief is also involved in it, of course they'll begin to see how they can be able to comport themselves. So we are saying we'll bring them in, give them their rightful place, give them the respect that is due them. So when they stay in the community, they can begin to pretend. And that way peace will reign in the communities. And when peace reigns in the community, you will see that those little criminal elements that will be there will be fished out. And then that way we can be able to have peace and tranquility in the state. By the time we bring them in, there's nobody in the community that they don't know. If they don't know, the sub chiefs, all of them know. Like in the country where I live in a community. I don't live in Port Harcourt. Since after the death threat on my life, I relocated to my community. And so you cannot tell me that I don't know those criminal elements in the society. I know them. And so if there's anything to talk about them, I should be able. So when we now create this confidence among the security agencies and the chieftaincy institutions, so that the information can flow. What we have now is that when you volunteer information to some of these security agencies, they go back to these boys and tell them, this is the person who said this is the person who said that. I was telling someone that I'm living in a place where, when I was living in Port Harcourt, they said, this batch are under my house. So I live in the upstairs. So I see what is going on there. And I had to call the police. I volunteered information to the police. See, these criminals are here. And they came one day to really raid and arrest all of them. After 3 days, they released this people. And one day, one of them called me, Mommy, we like you for this area, but don't do that the way you do it. They say, now you carry police, and you go tell police about us. And you can see I became chilled because I volunteered this information that peace can reign. And then for them to now go and begin to defend this, what do you expect? Maybe they would, if not that they had respect for me, they will come and attack me. So if we can create that atmosphere of trust, and then so that people can volunteer information. How will they do that? I'm sure when we begin to give this chief their rightful place, they will be able to have that trust amongst the people that people can now come and confide in them and then from there they can be able to, where necessary, also inform the security agencies. And then there will be a periodical reporting. They begin to report to us periodically. So I'll be able to see how we can be able to manage this security. Because like I say, without security, there will be no meaningful development. And so we must tackle the area of security. So that when we begin to bring in projects, begin to say people should go to rural area to develop, you'll be able to be sure that your investment will be safe. That time was when somebody came to me and I wanted to buy some plots of land so I can have an agricultural farm in a particular area. When we went to do our independent investigation, we found out that that community was not peaceful. And then at once they will sell the land, and later they will come, maybe come after the man, maybe kill or ensure that it doesn't affect the place again. So we had to withdraw. All these things are inimical to development. So if we can be able to ensure that these chiefs are also engrafted into the security apparatus, then they will be able to maintain the tranquility that we need in these communities. That's the only way we can be able to give them their rightful place, respect them, and give them their constitutional functions so that they can be able to operate well. And of course, we are not going to be rascals to the extent that we begin to abuse our royal fathers and talk to them anyhow. I am a level that we have traversed the nooks and crannies of this country, and each time we go to other states for our meetings, when you visit the Oba Palace or the Emir's Palace, you see people there are people bowing down for them and the respect. And then our own here, when we go begin to treat them shabbily, no, we are not going to do that. We are going to give them their rightful place and the respect that is due them. And also, of course, they too will have to reciprocate by doing what is right, because we see what we see, some of them are engaging into politics, which is not supposed to be. But because some of these people are being intimidated, they are being gagged into wanting support, we will give them their traditional role. So when they begin to play, they will not have time to begin to engage into politics.
Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice. But honestly speaking, listening to you so far, I like the fact that you have on the spot answers for every question that has been thrown at you so far in this conversation. That shows readiness for the office that you're vying for. A member of the Niger Delta Congress, my brother Nubari Sata, is here with us on the platform, and I'm sure he has one or two things to say to you. Nubari, how are you doing? Good evening. Nubari, are you available? Can you hear me? Nubari, please kindly unmute your mic if you can hear me. Okay, we'll come back to you in a bit. Let's go straight to well-meaning Nigerian. Well-meaning Nigerian, your name is something that I would forever remember in this obedient movement. Well-meaning Nigerian, because all of the obedience can be described as well-meaning Nigerians. How are you doing, my brother?
Yeah,
Happy Sunday.
yeah. Omar, I'm very good. I'm just a well-meaning Nigerian, like a lot of the other people. The difference is that I took the name very fast before someone else took it. So, I mean, let me just start from me. I have like three short and direct questions for Madam Beatrice.
Please go
Um,
ahead.
I'm very. Let me just start from here. I'm very, coming to this place. I was already biased that. I mean, she probably doesn't need to say much to impress me. But coming in here, I've just been like you said, you don't judge a book by the cover. To be honest, I've been seeing she's been
Do you
giving
know
like
one interesting comment that we have in the comment section? Frank Kachi says, "Oh my God, Omar, this woman, to be honest, is fire. I'm impressed. Well experienced. She knows her stuff and she's willing to get going." Another person, Emmy
she's
Nelson, says,
grounded.
"Wow, Omar, this comrade is on fire. For governance, she is ready for the job. I'm impressed with her submission. Rivers people, please let's pull through. It is Labour Party all the way." Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I mean, as in simple solutions to problem. I'm like, and to be honest, I'm also looking at a manifesto. So, I mean, when I saw it at first, when I looked at the website, I was like, oh, this lady has a website. I mean, she got to this point. I'm like, okay, let's see. And when you were trying to read out the second part of the manifesto, the way she followed you, it means she literally knows what's here. So it's not someone that carved all this here and she doesn't know what's here. And that's really impressive. In fact, as a matter of fact, the solution she gave just now for solving security issue is not something that Rivers State shouldn't be doing alone. That should be like a nationwide solution where we take advantage of the traditional system to solve security problems. Well, I'll just quickly ask my three questions. And this is Madam Beatrice, to be honest, I'm a supporter, because first of all, my first aim for Rivers State is to dethrone Wike. That's the first. I mean, every other thing can follow. Who enters is my second problem. To be honest, the first problem is removing Wike. Who enters is my second problem, and and I'm happy that our principal have been able to support you. Straight to my question, and this is because I know a lot, like Omar have been saying, just I think Omar doesn't want to just go straight to the point. A lot of things that have been said are usually things that I think the only thing that, because right now what I want us to do very quickly, obedience, is
Oh, well,
because
meaning Nigerian, guess what? Our dear sister, Word MC, she's in the
uh,
in the comment section, the music legend. She says,
yeah,
I'm sold already. I'm requesting the mic. Request for the mic, please. Let's hear her voice. I mean, she's amazing, honestly speaking.
yeah,
Madam
yeah,
Beatrice, I'm sold. I'm absolutely sold. Please go ahead.
yeah. So I mean, because I really want us obedient. So the questions I'm going to ask you are questions that, I mean, I know some people would have come later to ask you. I want you to just answer it straight, and we get done with it and get done with all this talk of controversies and propaganda. First, I'll just ask you, when did you join the LP? Like, straight up question, when did you join the LP? Secondly, one of the controversies that has gone around is, oh, Amechi or no Amechi. I would just like, in the simplest way you can probably explain your relationship with Amechi. If you, because I even went to Google Beatrice Itubo Amechi to see how many news I would see that relates Beatrice Itubo and Amechi. I couldn't really see a lot, to be honest. So whatever relationship do you have with Amechi? Then the last one, which for me is very important, the Lagos State LP candidate got a court injunction to make sure that INEC transmits results from the polling unit. If not, that election in Lagos will be null and void. I just want to ask, have you also taken that step as well? Because it would be very helpful to get that court injunction. So these are my three questions. If there's anyone you couldn't remember, I'll repeat it again.
Thank you. Let me start from the last one. We are working on it. Our team of lawyers are also working on it. From Monday, I think they will go all out to see how we can get that order of mandamus so that they can transmit the results at the pool there, the polling unit there. Then the second one is my relationship with Amechi. I was the River State chairperson of the Medical and Health Workers Union when Amechi was the governor of River State, and later I became the treasurer of Nigeria Labour Congress when Amechi was still the governor of Rivers State. And so as a Labour leader, Labour works with every government in power. Because your workers are there, you cannot, because maybe you don't like the person's face, and so your workers will no longer work. Since you must interface with them, and of course there's a relationship. Even with Wike, I have a relationship. Before now, we have been meeting, I've been bringing workers' issues to him, and then that at best he will say, I will not do and all that. So we're talking about it's purely official, as at that time when I was the chairperson of Medical and Health Workers Union. Since Amechi left office, I'm not sure we have been able to see. I'm not sure. But apart from the time that I think when he was a minister, see, there was a time that they came to assassinate me in 2016. That was earlier. And I think there was a call from one of his aides that Oga said he had what happened to you. Please, sorry, bear with us and all that. That's all. I have never seen Amechi. So I don't know where they're coming from this with these stories from. You must paint a person black in order to kill the person. Now, people say you call a dog a bad name so that you can hang the dog. So what they are trying, most of these people who are even painting me Amechi are the people who worked and ate with Amechi. And the people that, so I don't really understand, because all of them worked with Amechi. I didn't benefit anything. I was a labor leader. That's all. But most of them, we are the cabinet people of Amechi, they all work together. So who is more Amechi than the other? So I will say way of distracting us, and I don't want to be delved into that. Let us really leave them, and let me tell you first what I have in the offering for them. My lofty programs for the first people. Let's forget about it. Amechi is a river's son, I'm a river's daughter. And so if we say on the way, are we fighting? And even if I see we on the road that we are not fighting, I'll greet him. And so that is the level I think we are. And on the first question that was talking about, yes, take it again. The first question, because I
No,
said what
I
was
just
the
said,
last.
when did you join the LP? Like,
Okay, yes,
maybe
I
months
joined.
or
I
something.
have been a member of LP because I'm a worker. And if you look at the history of the Labour Party, it is the workers of Nigeria who saw the injustices, meted to workers, and came together and said, contributed their money, not dues, their own people. I was one of the contributors. And we were contributors, and then we said, let us float a party that workers' interests can also be championed. And so, naturally, I've been a member of Labour Party, but I came into active participation in April in April. That was when I began to come into active participation. We began to, because when the national said, because of this misrule, we have gone on a lot of strikes, especially in this present administration. We have gone on demonstrations, and nothing seems to be happening. So we should take active part. We should participate actively in politics. So when we came back from one of the NEC meetings, we called a meeting of workers. And when we called that meeting, SEC meeting of the NLC, we had to go down to the unions. We went to the union. All the unions held their congresses, and we were addressing them one after the other. And at the end of it, a resolution was passed that Labour should participate actively in politics here in Rivers State. Then at the end of the day, it now boiled down when we came to the SEC level of NLC. All of them pointed at me, Madam, you are being the voice that has been heard all this while. So we ask you to go there and throw the hat into the ring. And that's exactly how we came to where we are. I joined Labour Party actively in April, but I've been a member of Labour. I've supported Labour Party. I've done everything within my powers to see how we can bring Labour Party to the fore.
So thank you
Wow.
very much. Omar, before you go ahead, do you know
No,
why I
go
asked
ahead,
this
my brother.
question? You know why I asked this question? Is because I'm glad, for people that don't know, Peter Obi joined Labour Party May 27th. This lady just said
I
here now, she
remember.
joined Labour Party in April. So even if for any reason Amechi has not started seeing the future, Amechi wouldn't have planted someone from April where Peter Obi, as of May 1st, nobody would knew where Peter Obi was going. So people need to understand some of these things. Where I needed to ask questions that would make her answer some, I mean, a lot of controversy or propaganda that have been out there and all that. So, and this is really important. We don't have time to be doing, oh, who are we going to do? As far as I'm concerned, not as far as I'm concerned, we have less than 5 days to election, or less than 6 days rather to election, and we need to pull as much weight. The River State is a must get for us, to be honest, as much as we can. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you so much, my brother, well-meaning Nigerian. I can assure you, I have a personal vendetta towards Nyesom Wike. And the reason is very simple. The way he hoodwinked southern Nigerians on this agenda of, oh, power must come to the south. And when you think he's speaking for the people, power must come to the south. And then it goes to a man who is semi-senile. We're going to touch on that later on the platform. But Madam Beatrice Itubo, you spoke about in your campaign manifesto. I'm going to jump from number 5 to I'm going to jump from number 3 to number 6. We're going to come to number 4. Number 4 says ecotourism, entertainment and sport reforms. Number 5 says blue economy, commerce and industry. I'll come to that in a bit. But let's jump to number 6. It says innovative education and technology. Now we have somebody on this platform who is a Nigerian, a young Nigerian from Rivers State, Ikwere to be precise, and she's schooling abroad. She wants to understand. She has quite a number of questions, so I'm just going to leave it to her to answer the questions. Ayana, please go ahead. How are you doing? Good evening from this part of the world.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Please, can you remove your headset and probably use your phone directly? It's better that way for us to yeah.
Hello, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name is Iyana. So, as Omar said, I am a River State girl. I am both Ikwere and I am also Ogoni. So, I am a typical Rivers girl. So someone who loves education very much, and I feel like education is also a foundation for the youths of any country or any state. I would like to know how education in Rivers State will be improved, because first of all, I wanted to school. Like, I think some people that school abroad, or most people that go abroad, we are just going abroad because of how the situation of Nigeria is. It's not because that if we have the opportunities, and if Nigeria was more of a stable country, we would not stay here, because as we said, there's no place like home. So I would like to know, what are the innovations? What are your plans um for the education sector in River State, like a school like Uniport? Like, for instance, when I went to Uniport for my post UME before I traveled, I went with my parents, and my dad was like, this school has not changed since he graduated from there. How can a man that graduated university years ago is still comparing it to present day school? So I want to know, what are the plans for the educational sector of River State? We have to improve. Like, going over, I don't really see much improvement, especially in our schools like River State University, University of Port Harcourt, things like that. I want to see, what are the plans for our educational system. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister, the true reverse daughter. Actually, we are talking about innovative education, and I will always say, we came out with a very purposeful plan whereby we'll be able to integrate education such that we begin to put in place curriculum that people will go through, and then when they come out, they will be employable. I tell people that some of the certificates we parade today, they don't create employment, but there are some courses you go into and you will not be employed. So we are going to deliberately look at this educational sector from a multidimensional angle. We are going to start first with infrastructure, because we have to improve the infrastructure of the school. You must make the school environment conducive for learning. There are some environments that are not conducive for learning. So when we begin to improve all this, and then we ensure that the number of students are occupying a particular environment, a particular classroom. You cannot bring a classroom that is supposed to maybe carry 30 students. You want 150 students to learn in that kind of environment, and you think that there will be good learning or there will be good communication. It's not going to take place. So we are going to ensure that we really budget massively for education, because every society that is education sector is relegated to the background is a retrogressive society. So I want to believe that we are going to invest much by going to develop the infrastructure. Like I said earlier when I was introducing about employment, we are going to ensure that we employ qualified teachers, both in the primary, secondary, tertiary sectors. We are going to put people around pegs and round holes. Then when we bring those people, we are going to also ensure that they are well remunerated. Because when somebody is encouraged as a way of remuneration, you see that the person will put in his or her. But that's why we have this brain drain. Here, people are leaving the country because they are not well paid. You see a professor earning less than $1,000 in a month. And then you see touts that call themselves politicians who have never worked in anywhere. At the end of every month, they go home with Ghana must go and all that. That system must be stopped. We are going to ensure that people are paid according to the services they render. And so, leaving that aside, we're also going to ensure that we make the students comfortable. I've always said that we will now revive the scholarship board, whereby the indigent students who have what it takes, who are brilliant, will be able to access scholarships and go to school of their choice, and then be catered for by the system. Because most of us are products of scholarship. I, for instance, I'm one of them. And so we should be able to revive that system so that our indigent students, and even those who are knowledgeable, even though you are coming from a wealthy background and you know what it takes, you can be able to access this scholarship so that you can go to school in a more convenient environment. And two, we are going to also ensure that bursaries are paid. This issue of bursary is something that when I look at it, I cry. How much does it take to encourage our students who are up there learning to see how they can come back and improve society? If we gather them and every time, we must have a database. I know that sometimes people abuse the system when you give little opportunities and privileges, but then we must have a system that will check itself. That's why I'm a proponent of a very strong system. What we have in Nigeria today is a systemic failure. The system has failed. That's why when you come to ourselves, people behave anyhow. And because nobody is checking the other person, we are going to put in place a system that will begin to check this. So in the educational sector, we are going to ensure that we put in place ICT. And we see that ICT is the way to go right now. We begin to put in place that, then you see that most of the students will become ICT compliant. And that's how do we go. We will also ensure that there are computers, that students will begin to work with. You cannot ask somebody to be ICT compliant when you do not have the facilities for such. So we should be able to put all these things in place. And we are going to be deliberate about that. I'm an educationist as we speak. Three of my children are doctorate degree holders. So I encourage them to go to school. I should be able to encourage the populace, the other children, to go to school too. So that all we need to do is to encourage the teachers, motivate them, and improve infrastructure in the school, put in modern equipment and facilities so that these people can learn. That way we'll also at times make our schools to be competitive with what is obtainable globally. Because sometimes what we have here is that when we begin to bring out these students, some of them have not seen some of these equipments, we just tell them by the books, and at the end of the day, when they see this practically, they cannot be able to even use them. So we are going to continue to see how we can bring skill acquisition into the curriculum of the school, so that students can begin to be diverse in their knowledge, so that you can be able to be employable when you come out of school. And also you can also employ others and have these skills. So that's the little way we can be able to explain. But if you go into the website, it is properly explained, then I will continue to engage the rest people and tell them exactly what we want to do. And after now, we'll have to have an academy, we will have to have a board whereby we bring in intellectuals, people who are proven in their various fields, so they will come and begin to map out the educational policy for the state according to how we want it to be driven, so we can be able to drive it that process. And even long after we have gone, the sustainable administration will begin to follow that process, that we can have a state that we can say this is a state that reads. There was a time that they called River State the book capital of this. But today, what do we have? Education, everything, all the infrastructure is gone. You go to some schools, it's leaking, no chairs. See the students roaming about. That's why you can see that these private schools are thriving. Why are they thriving? Because the public schools have nothing to offer. And the most dangerous thing is that these private schools, most of them don't even have qualified teachers because they don't have what it takes to pay these teachers. Some people are just so frustrated because no work, and they just go there to work. They will not put in their best because you say a master's degree that you pay him 40 or 50,000 at the end of the month. So the person will not put in. You are just working out of frustration. So you will not put in your best to see how you can bring the best out of the children that you are teaching. So we are going to ensure that all these things are taking place. I'm not saying that the private schools will not function, but of course the public one should be able to cater for those who want to make use of the public school, and it will be competitive and will function so that as you go out of this place, you can compete globally with other students that study the same kind of field with you. That's exactly what you are going to do.
Amazing, amazing stuff. I mean, when you listen to this woman, honestly, this is a perfect example of never judge a book by its cover, because unless you listen to these people, it's impossible for you to have a clear understanding of what they have in plans for the people of their states. Now let me jump. I'm jumping um from in your campaign manifesto
Omar,
based on the
Omar,
questions.
Omar, I don't know if I can just,
Yes, Max, please come in.
yeah, I mean, I want to thank her again, Madam Comrade Beatrice Itubo. I want to just pick up from where the last speaker, Niana, where she dropped it, just to extend and stretch her question a little bit. As an academic myself, one of the things that I've noticed um, is that when we talk about education, especially in Nigeria, there's too much emphasis on formal education. There's too much emphasis on going to classroom, sitting down, and learning without having employable skills. And to be honest, I listened to your explanation. I'm not trying to be critical of you, but I think that there's a lot of emphasis on the formal aspect of education. And again, back to my experience being an academic, both for a considerable number of years now, there are people who frankly do not have any business to be in the classroom that are in the classroom. There are people who would have been better off being welders, being plumbers, being working on different sites, who would have whose skill sets is more tilted towards maybe welding, maybe doing other things that will be more productive to them in life than being in the classroom. And what we've found over the years is that everybody is running to the classroom. Everybody wants to be in the classroom. In Port Harcourt, we used to have in Rivers State, because I grew up in Port Harcourt myself, we used to have the craft center, the government craft center. So you have the GTC and the other one. So we used to have those government craft centers where people learn vocational skills, and we found that in those days, in the she started dying later in the later 2000s, but in the early 2000s as well, we had it. I was really young at the time. I wasn't even in secondary school. I was a child at the time, but we saw our elderly ones, and with hindsight, we could now see that those guys, they got the job before a lot of people who had formal education, and they were better skilled and better trained. What is your plans towards vocational education? What are you trying to do in terms of looking at people who have skills in crafts? How do you intend to build their craft so that you could create more employment in River State and make people more self-reliant in their abilities?
Thank you. Thank you for that. You know, when you are talking, sometimes some of these things will skip your memory. The truth is that we have special plan for vocational education. Like I said, when you talked about craft center, yes, I know that I have brothers who went to this government craft center there in Aba Road. There's another one, vocational technical college there, I think around Transamadi area. We have one in Tombia craft center. So all these places will now be revived. And when we be, I mean, I was talking about skills. We have to go back there and begin to put in place these skills. Find out that why the West, when I say West, I'm talking of Lagos and the other people there, why most of them they began to do better than us was that when Awo was there, he created this vocational education. That's why I see that most of them that come here, some of them are medicine, They read it up to some of them up to OND level, some of them even up to HND level. Because when you go through these craft centers, through these vocational colleges, then you grow in that. That's why you see that some of those people who went through that, who call themselves engineers, when they own an engine, they know exactly what is wrong with that because they went through it, they studied, and they learnt it, they practicalized. Not this one that we sit down in this class and they begin to tell you through books. Some of them, they answer engineers, they cannot fix two knots together and see how it can produce something. So we are saying that we are going to actually bring about revived and reformed vocational education. We are going to see how we can, that one at Tombia, the one at the craft center at Abarud, and even the other vocational college, at the technical college. We should be able to see how we can also, and then begin to think of that. And I think the one at, we have it at uh, University of Education, we have a vocational department whereby call them a technical department. All these people are people that are skilled, and these skills are employable because you have people that these services are required on a daily basis. So when we have people, sometimes we look down on these people that do this blue collar job. Everybody wants to become white collar job and all that. No, everybody come together. The blue collar job, the white collar job, and before you know it, the system will begin to flow. So we are going to place premium on vocational education. You can trust me on that.
Omar,
Premium on
Omar, go ahead.
vocational education. Please go ahead, Sir Max.
No, I was going to say that she was spot on, and I was comfortable with the answers that she's given, so you can pick it up from there.
Very, very interesting, Sir Max, because I have a clip that is available on the internet right now, and I'm going to be playing it so that people can listen. Because Comrade Beatrice Itubo is the candidate for the Labour Party in River State. Any other candidate, as Yoruba people will say, is a counterfeit.
Says the gubernatorial candidate of the party remained Comrade Beatrice Utubo, who had gone round the nooks and crannies of River State, selling her manifesto to Rivers people, and not one impostor who claimed to be the governorship candidate through a purported court judgment he obtained on the 2nd of February 2023. Dienye Pepo and the director of publicity, Beatrice Itubo Campaign Organization, Dr. Obidima, called on all Rivers people to disregard the rumor and come out en masse to vote for Comrade Beatrice Itubo and all state assembly candidates of Labour Party.
In Rivers State for Labour Party remains High Chief Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, JP, and we are fully behind her. We are calling on all obedience and all Rivers people to turn out a mass that day with their PVCs to vote for Labour Party and vote for credible leadership. So I want to debunk the news going around on social media that we have changed our candidates. Our candidates remain High Chief Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, the Labour Party governorship candidate for Rivers State come 11th of March 2023.
That Beatrice Itubo have been endorsed by Peter Obi, and his address yesterday that all obedience and support group and all Labour Party sympathizers should vote for all governorship of Labour Party House of Assembly candidates on 11th of March.
While calling on all obedient not to be deterred on what happened on the presidential and national assembly elections, he also charged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to right the wrongs and ensure that all results were uploaded right from the polling units.
The same way we came out in mass, all the youth came out to vote Labour Party. This time around, the 11th of March, the youth will come out again, and we are going to vote Labour Party into power in River State. In the interest of peace, in the interest of fairness, INEC should come out with beavers that are workable, so that people will cast their vote, and the results should be uploaded, must be uploaded at the polling unit level.
And we are calling on INEC to ensure that they don't stoke political fire in this nation and work.
The chairman of Labour.
Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around with us on the People's Parliament. My name is Omar, your regular host on this platform. My co-host Jimmy has a question, and then we go to Ayodeji Oyewumi, my brother, and then we go to Tweet Doctor, Otumba DK, and I Am Obedient. Comrade Beatrice Tubo, thank you so much for sticking around with us. I can assure you that you are my candidate for the Rivers State gubernatorial elections. I'm going to campaign for you using every platform that I've got, because everything I've listened to so far is quite impressive. You come across as very articulate. As a matter of fact, one of Nigeria's biggest celebrities, a music legend in this country, Wed MC, she's been in my DM and she's been like, oh my God, we need female governors in this country. And this woman represents everything that we stand for in the obedient movement. She must be protected, is the message she just sent to me right now. Comrade Beatrice Ituboy, you've won quite a number of fans on this platform tonight. If you're just joining us, retweet the space. If you've been on the platform since we started, and you haven't retweeted the space and you're requesting the mic, honestly, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to you. Retweet the space, get more people into the conversation, get more people to be aware of the candidacy of Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, a very wonderful, powerful, articulate woman that I've listened to on this platform so far. My brother Jimmy, please go ahead.
Now get time they do all this. She's credible. She's taking it. LP top to bottom.
Top to bottom, my brother. We're voting
Top to
LP top to
bottom.
bottom. Everywhere we're
Anyway,
voting LP.
LP top to bottom. You know what? See, people they talk say they've been attacking my tweets. Competence. You need to look after competence. Kò ní ragbá fún your competence.
I mean, no, Jimmy. Let's look at it this way. You've listened to this woman. You like just look at the. For me, it's the promptness with which she answers. She answers the questions. Like you ask her a question, she's not taking time to mull over it. There's a readiness to a candidacy that I believe that we need in Nigerian politics. People that can get into office. Our president, our sitting president right now, it took over 6 months to announce his cabinet. This woman looks like somebody that is ready to get the job, going as quickly as possible. Please go ahead, my brother.
She is ready. But you see that readiness, May we put her for one side. She's ready to do the job. When she get there, she will do the job. But for now, top to bottom, see, if the person they say suya, won't run for governorship, he go now. Here we go vote. If they say suya, if they do POS, that is what we are going for. Why? It's not about competence. See, when they say structure, they don't teach us things. We need that structure, and it's good. If we have them under Peter Obi, then go support them. People are talking about some people are corrupt. No worry. We go do in-house cleaning. They will be answerable to us. Let them enter first. Straight up. For now, Obi, top to bottom, Labour Party, top to bottom. I know she's credible. She has the competence. I've been listening to her. I'm actually amazed. But me, right now, I don't even care. May she go bring her receipts where she buy suya. They know they give receipt for suya. I go vote for this woman as long as she's under LP. Receipt for suya. I go vote for Ram. This woman. These are the same idiots they brought Tinubu when of it talk, when they shake. They told us saying is credible. Then bring Buhari where they do anyhow. They say it's credible. It's our own turn. Now mad for that country. I know they mark they go. Top to bottom. Labour Party. I yield.
Labour Party, top to bottom. That is the way to go. I have my brother Cizo here. He's a radio legend, a former presenter at Cool FM, a very brilliant individual with whom I've presented the violence space over the last 8 months. Honestly, his depth of knowledge is something that has amazed me over the past few months, and I've been very, very honored to present that particular platform with him. Well, I'm hoping to have Comrade Beatrice Itubo with us on Thursday on the violence space. I'm actually looking forward to that. I'm going to speak to Saddam concerning that. I'm hoping that Comrade Beatrice Itubo will be available. I'll make myself available. In all honesty, I've not been available on the violence space over the last week because this entire campaign season has been very heavy on me personally with regards to my own work schedule and my personal life. But of course, I'm going to make myself available next week so that we can make this final push for the governors that we plan to put into office. Comrade Beatrice Itubo, thank you for sticking around with us. My brother Ayodeji Oyewumi is here. We're going to go to Sizzle next, but before we go to Sizzle, let's take Ayodeji Oyewumi, who obviously has a question for Comrade Beatrice Itubo. I am obedient. I can see you.
Okay.
Otumba DK, I can see you. LP, Tweet Doctor, I can see you as well. Onye Deke, I can see you. All of the requests, Madam Madonna, End Bad Politics, Olawaski, please stick around. I appreciate your patience. and I'm begging you, please stick around. Ayodeji, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, in all honesty, I have little to add to what, or in terms of question for Comrade Beatrice, because obviously she has already passed the exam, and it's just all about formality. And my submission at this very moment is just to encourage obedience. You see, I want to remind us of the fact that how we started. We were called the Twitter, the online social media movement, right? Now, and all of a sudden, you discover that you see established politicians trying to align themselves with us. You have people like Ovi Agege. I've seen the video of him, snapping picture with Obedient Movement. I've seen the candidate from Akwa Ibom trying to align with the Obedient Movement. You see the daughter of Okowa, even attending the Labour Party meeting in Delta State, even though she's contesting under PDP and begging for vote. Okay, and then you've seen a lot of things happening all around. Now, the reality of it is this: the only way you can, history can remember us is not the number of spaces or noise that we make online. It's not the number of 1 million march that we actually do on the street. It's the number of candidates that we can be able to vote for, that courtesy of the Obedient Movement, we were able to install these people. Okay, of course, through the electoral process in Nigeria. Now, currently we have, like I said earlier when I made my opening speech, that we have over 30 House of Rep member, I think around 6 or 7 Senate, still counting. Okay, now another opportunity presents itself, and here we are, some of us already making a wrong political move. You see, just like Jimmy said, of course, Jimmy can always be very, add a little, what's it called now? A bit of banter and, just to make fun of the whole thing. But the reality of it is that it has to be LP top to bottom. Now, because we just have less than 5 or 6, 6 days to the election, to the gubernatorial election. We may not have the privilege of interviewing all the gubernatorial candidates, but just like I made in a tweet a couple of days back, we need at least 12 governors that will stand by Peter Obi all through the the tribunal, all through this period of litigation. We need our own warriors. We need our own governors. Now, obedience cannot enter the courtroom. A governor can enter the courtroom. And there's no way these governors who understand that the office that they are occupying is courtesy of the Obedient Movement. There's no way, even if the devil is inside of them, there's no way they will go there to go and mess up. Because they know it's easy for the people to call them after 4 years. It is easy for an House of Rep or an House of Assembly member to be recalled. It's in the Constitution. Okay, so let's forget all of this. Oh, I'm looking for the perfect candidate, quote and unquote. Is the turn of a particular zone in my state. Listen, if we begin to divide ourselves, then the same establishment will still always have their way. For Rivers State, it has to be Labour Party top to bottom. For Akwa Ibom, Labour Party top to bottom. For Delta State, Labour Party top to bottom. For Enugu State, I know that a lot of some of obedience are already making. You guys don't understand what you are doing. Eventually, PDP or APC will win that state, and then you will not come later and you'll be crying. It is common sense. Vote Labour Party top to bottom. It is simple. It's common sense. Plateau State, Labour Party top to bottom. Lagos State, Labour Party top to bottom. That is the structure that we never had for the past 8 months. God is now giving us that opportunity to have that structure, own that structure, and then we can always be able to modify the structure ourselves. All right, so that's just my encouragement to us this afternoon. All right, it is all about Labour Party right now, because Peter Obi represent Labour Party. He's the patriarch of the Labour Party movement. Take it or leave it. So if you are calling yourself obedient, then you understand that you have to listen to that man who is telling us that we have to vote Labour Party top to bottom. Kaduna State top to bottom. Benue State top to bottom. We need 12 governors for our principal Peter Obi. Thank you very much. Are you demand?
Oh, my brother Ayodeji Oyewumi, you always bring in the fire, and I love you so much. God bless you. Labour Party, top to bottom. That is where I stand. Of course, I like to subject every form of opinion to an open argument. However, I have my own position in this particular conversation, and it is the fact that this woman, we've had her on this platform for about an hour, 30 minutes, and she has acquitted herself with so much wisdom and, I don't know. Let me just leave it at that. My brother Cizo, Good evening. How are you
Good
doing?
evening, Omar. God bless you. Thank you very much. You know I love you like a brother. So
I love you too, my
we'll
brother.
leave the
Welcome to
mushiness.
the platform.
We'll leave the mushiness for our private moments. But I've been here. I've been listening. But I will play devil's advocate. Let me just put small fire under Comrade British so she doesn't think she's here on holiday. Comrade British Itubo, I need you to understand that your candidacy came with a lot of rumors. There were a lot of stories. There were a lot of stories on the underground. We hear stories. There are people who say that you might even be a mole. There are stories of people who are saying you owe a strong allegiance to Rotimi Amechi. These are not the questions I am asking you now. I've heard you for the last 1 hour and you've credited yourself very, very well. I have one PTSD that I took away from this entire election process. He's a governor by the name of Nyesom Wike from your state as well. Nyesom Wike went against the PDP, went against the PDP candidates, and even went as far as rigging Rivers State for the APC. So I have come to understand that having only one erring governor in my party alone can cause problems. Just one. It doesn't help my PTSD that this argument, Labour top to bottom, has no issues anywhere in the country. But we're having this argument about River States. So it does not help my PTSD either. I'm fully obedient. I don't support any other party. I totally support LP top to bottom. I do not believe in 7 days we can convince people to vote for any other party, no matter their allegiance. So I have to face you now. I have to face you now before we reach where you might get us into a trouble and we start talking about recalling you. Comrade British, I need you to make a promise to the obedient movement today that you wholly stand by Peter Obi. I need you to make a promise to the obedient movement today. Peter Obi said, we did not create any new Nigerians. We are working with the Nigerians that have existed before. I voted PDP before. I'm now in Labour. So some of us, you might have had allegiances to anywhere else, but you are now in Labour Party. I am not going to waste my time, my data, and influence I have built over a decade or 2 decades to support you, and then you embarrass us at the end of the day, and somebody will bring all of these facts and figures later. I've heard you. You're a brilliant woman. But one thing I know the devil does is any movement that exalts goodness, he will pollute. So the same movement that exalted an Okada man, a tailor, into the House of Reps can also be polluted by the devil to send me an usurper that can cause problems. I am not a novice to politics. So, Madam Beatrice, I've heard you. If it's by antecedents, if it's by speech, if it's by knowledge, you sound knowledgeable enough for the job, or at least a better upgrade than Nyesom Wike. But I need you to make a promise to the 722 obedience listening now that your loyalty is with Labour Party, that your loyalty is with the obedient movement. You swear by your loyalty to Peter Obi. Madam, we are not playing. We used 9 months to put more than 40 people into the Senate and House. We have retired more than 60 politicians who have been in power for the last 16 to 24 years. We have the ability right now in this space to put you into governorship and in charge of the kind of money that Wike has been seeing, Rotimi has been seeing, and Odile has been seeing. I have emceed events for Rivers State for a 3-year cycle. I am not a kid to the amount of finances in Rivers State. So, I need you to make us a promise. We record these spaces. As you start speaking, I'm going to put the audio recorder on my phone and I'm going to archive it for the next 4 years. So that any day you go against the party, any day that all these rumors, all these stories we heard before we put you in materialize themselves, we will play this voice note you're about to make, these promises, this oath you're about to give us. Someone who made this promise before and it is standing against him now, both in the heavens above, in the waters of the deep, and on the earth. And I need you to make that promise now. On merit, I will give you this position. You sound brilliant. But I'm not about to put in the first female governor of Nigeria but then end up with another Nyesom Wike. Nyesom Wike gave Atiku Abubakar a lot of problems. I don't want to hear that happen for Peter Obi. I will feel very, very foolish. That is all I need from you, madam. Upon that promise, you have my candidature. God bless you. God bless Nigeria.
Caesar, God bless you, man.
One in a para mode we did, no vex, I beg. Please, I hope I wasn't insulting to the lady and she understands
Not
where
in
I'm
any
coming
way
from.
whatsoever, my dear
No,
Please.
brother.
no, no,
That
no.
is a social contract that
She
she needs
yes,
to sign
God bless
with
you.
the obedient movement.
A
God
verbal
bless
social
you, Caesar.
contract. She will say it here with her mouth. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Caesar.
Comrade Beatrice, please go ahead.
No, I think she dropped. I saw her
Oh
connecting.
Lord
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Comrade Beatrice, we're hoping to have you back
Drop
on.
bow.
No. She'll be back on. She'll be back on. She'll be back on. I
Okay.
think it probably has to do with connection problems. Nubari, my brother, please. I'm hoping that you can get her back on. It's
Omo,
important for us to have her.
that's a
I think we have too
terrible
many speakers
coincidence.
on, so we're gonna have to drop quite a number of people.
Omar, drop me.
Yes.
Omar, drop me, please. I
No,
just
it's
wanted
okay.
to
Big
tell
Mac, just
Caesar
stay
I
on.
love him.
Yeah, please
No,
stay
I,
on.
I didn't really
Comrade
want to say
Beatrice will be
anything.
back in a bit. It's important for her to have that social contract with the obedience. Nubari, my brother, are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah, please. Can you help us get Madam Beatrice back on?
Yeah. I'm trying to do that at the back channel.
All
She
right,
come
please
be like
do
say
that
now
in the.
when they say make she swear, she come base.
Oh,
Oh
my brother,
God,
no, I don't think that's the case. I think it was just
omo,
a case of poor coincidence, So
that
let.
coincidence,
No,
omo,
I mean,
Jimmy,
you see,
calm
this
down.
this is how it works. My brother,
Jimmy,
Calm
my
let
down.
brother,
Jimmy,
just calm down. Time.
Jimmy, calm down.
As youth, we have one thing on our side. We have time. She'll be back. I yield.
yes. Yes, we do have time. And I can say that this woman is my candidate for these elections. In all honesty, I've listened to her and I've been impressed. I've been very, very impressed. I'm hoping that we can have her back on. I hope that she does not have any engagement. It's Sunday evening anyway, so she probably has a lot of free time on her hands. And it's important for her to sign that social contract because a lot of people will say, oh, it's just Twitter. Those who said there are no polling units on social media, Jide Sanwo-Olu is tweeting every 10 seconds now, and I'm laughing my head off. Like, guy, you do not understand that when I tell
So,
you
Omar, she's
that in the words of
trying to call
Egyptian,
you back. It was network.
yeah, of course, it's a network problem. When I say that, in the words of Egyptian pro democracy activist Wael Gonim, the power of the people is greater than the people in power. At the start of this obedient movement, I had a personal motivation. I've said it in private conversations before I got the chance to even put myself forward. And that's the fact that I always tell people that look, Nigerians, let's understand something. Even when you go to vote and the elections are about to be rigged, elections are so difficult to rig when the margin is so wide. We've seen that. They rig these elections, but the evidence keeps coming in left, right, and center because there is no amount of statisticians that you can bring in from different parts of the world. I have very good intelligence that the APC brought in statisticians from Egypt on the eve of the Nigerian elections to come and help them balance the numbers. But of course, those statisticians, they'll probably be requesting a refund from them right now because they didn't do a great job. No matter how hard you try to balance the numbers, when people vote overwhelmingly for a candidate, you cannot rig the election. The Nigerian people need to understand that Peter Obi may not have been declared the winner of this election at the first ballot, but we need to understand something. We have gained something, and that is the fact that the power of the people, that PVC you hold in your hands, is the most powerful tool you can have against the establishment, and we will continue to utilize it going forward. My brother Savik, please take the space in the meantime as we wait for Comrade Beatrice to get back on
But
the
Omar,
space.
let me
Thank you so
crack you
much.
up. Let me just crack you up with
All
something.
right, Sizzle, please.
Imagine you had a man who was running for an election with no backing. The people liked him for president, but really couldn't be asked about any other thing. You insulted this man without of having no structure. Then you told the man that when he wins this election, because he won't have House of Reps and the rest, that you people will impeach him. You
used your own hand and told the obedience to vote LP all the way. But the obedience might have been playing football, some of them might have traveled back, but people are now ready with renewed gusto. So imagine the hilarity where Bola Ahmed Tinubu, due to nemesis, now turns out to be a president with a minority House of Rep, Senate, and minority governors. Oh, karma, beautiful. Just before they then collect the mandate back from you. Also, I just want to make a correction. I have been told that the Supreme Court has said the tribunal, everything must hold and be wrapped up before inauguration. So a lot will happen very soon. Inauguration is May the 29th, and all of this will happen before then so that we don't affect the Nigerian electoral calendar as well. So get your proofs ready, get all of them ready. I'm not too sure how it might go, but all those little proofs and videos in your phones might be needed at some point. Please ensure you keep them well. God bless you all. Oh my God.
I wasn't on the violence space on Thursday and on Saturday, so I haven't had the chance to engage you vis-a-vis what you feel concerning what went down in our elect. Oh, Comrade Beatrice is back with us. I'm so grateful. Sizzle, before we take Comrade Beatrice, I want to know this blatant subversion of people's will. Baba, how you they feel? Because the thing pay me. He paid me rich.
No, it
Honestly,
didn't
I
hurt.
had almost 50 cups of coffee. I was running mad. I was like, Nigerian people, take to the streets. These people really cheated
No,
us.
no.
And a lot of people came to me and they were like, guy, calm down, calm down. You have to be strategic. And I'm like, what is the strategy? Let's go to the streets. But a lot of
The
people
first
seem to have
strategy we
different.
must all admit on is let's not do anything that gives these people the right to use DSS and arrest Peter Obi. So that is why I stood on the fact that there must be no protest. The second strategy, I must tell you, Omar, is as an Anambra boy, we made a mistake in local government, in a governorship election that I had to tell the world. When at the peak of Nnamdi Kanu, when we were having the presidential elections and the East was meant to really come out and give Jonathan votes to defeat Buhari, Nnamdi Kanu came up and he was I still believe he was a product of the APC. He caused voter apathy in the East. A lot of people destroyed their PVCs, if you remember, which caused even this same problem where INEC had a lot of people in the East trying to get their PVCs back. He caused this issue. Now, when the governorship elections came, I remembered, I was thinking, okay, cool, mass people in Anambra, Imo, Enugu destroyed their PVCs. The elections held in the East, in all polling units. And it was only the people who came out that were counted. And like 100,000 or 200,000 people came out. Jonathan lost the election, Buhari won. You understand me? So when I saw that map, I said, no wonder they put the presidential first. Rig the presidential, give us this heartbreak. People won't come out for the governorship. But the governorship is really where the backing is. Lagos is really where the money that put Buhari in power comes from. Lagos is really where the money that funded Tinubu comes from. Google it right now. Sanwo-Olu increased Alpha Beta's commission from 800 million a month to 2.5 billion a month since February last year to run this election. Lagos literally won them this election. So I stand, if INEC does the same thing, I say this, Mahmoud Yakubu right now is facing 20 years imprisonment for usurping this election. We must come out again so that the numbers match. I need them to run this rigging twice. Why? We went from the highest PVC registration to the lowest voter turnout because of this rigging. So I want to find out, will it still be the same numbers? Will Obiakpo local government still vomit 80,000 votes for the APC in Rivers State? Do you understand me? The way they rigged it before, it has to be the same. So this is going to be so interesting and funny to watch because people are saying we will get 12 states. I dare say Labour Party will win 20 states in the governorship election because Mahmoud Yakubu has removed his hand. He will face his 20 years for presidential. Go to the IRF portal as I speak to you. Original results are being uploaded right now, Omar. You can go and calculate it, and you see Labour Party winning in places that they had given APC just 1 week ago. So I don't even think we'll get to a tribunal. Once you get the Supreme Court to give us back end into the beavers, back end authorization to the beavers, we will do the real collation counting. Peter needs only 3 million votes. We don't even need to go through 12 states. 3 states, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Plateau will give us our votes. We win this guy. He'll hand this thing back, and we're in Eagle Square by May the 29th. I feel this man bribed the entirety of the Nigerian system. Some of them might be
Or blackmailed.
God bless you. I was about to say this. Some of them might be financial briberies. Some of them might be stories that he has on them that they must deliver unless they'll come out in the public. I mean, T.A. Oji has a picture of himself swearing to be governor in a shrine in Abia State. For that alone, I don't even need bribery. I would rig an election for that not to come out. So these are the kind of issues. I've seen this happen. These guys have been cuddly wops. They've been friends for about 8 years. They've snorted coke together, fucked Nollywood actresses together. They know what they have on each other. So, like I said, I never cried. I wasn't bothered. The only thing I cried more for Bola Ahmed Tinubu because I was like, this narco behavior has pushed you to do what Pablo Escobar did. Because Pablo Escobar, when he wanted to become president, he sulked to the point he bombed a Pan Am airline, and that was the beginning of his problem. This is Tinubu's bombing of a Colombian airline that has turned him against his people. If we had spent days trying to make Nigerians dislike the man, just rigging this election alone is him using his money to buy hatred by the entirety of Nigerians. It is a wrap. He will not be president May the 29th. Trust me. You can go to bed and put 100 million on this. Cheers.
Thank you so much, my brother Sizo. And for the benefit of those who do not understand the Yoruba language, Sizo, I know that you found it very funny when I posted a tweet a day ago. I said, "As the Lord liveth in Yesom, you are destined to clear the grass in the king's palace with a skimpy outfit." Now that means prison in Yoruba language. In Yoruba language, it translates "Wàá shopping ọba." You will go to prison because there is no way that Obiakpo result would go into any court of law and Nyesom Wike will not go to jail. It is absolutely crazy. When I posted that tweet, a lot of people were like, even Indicator was like, "Oh, wow, please, what do you mean?" If you understand Yoruba, you would understand what I mean. Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice Itubo, for sticking around with us. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you back. The social contract that Caesar was asking you to sign with us on this platform, we have about 800 obedience here. And I can assure you, when you check back on this platform, you will find
I'm
out that.
sorry, sorry. I think you probably need to ask her if she
Okay, comrade,
what
did
Cecil.
you hear
Yeah.
all of the social contract that Caesar asked you to sign, or should he come again?
I think I heard him loud and clear.
Okay.
Yes, actually, talking about obedient, I am a member of the obedient family. In fact, my campaign slogan is obediently vitrified. And so we have been traversing, talking about our principle, and there is no way I will come to the system, then I will begin to be disobedient or be disrespectful to our principle. We are all working together, and we have vowed that that mandate we must reclaim it. That stolen mandate must be reclaimed. And I stand to also pledge to this obedient family, which of course I'm a member, that blood is thicker than water. Like I told you, I'm a natural Labour Party member. Before even becoming active, I've been in Labour Party. You can inquire from the zonal chairman and all of them. Before now, I have been a natural Labour Party. I've been a worker. I know that it was workers that formed the Labour Party, and Labour Party is all about equity, justice, and fairness to all. And so I'm a natural Labour Party person, and by April, I came into active Labour Party participation, and therefore, I'm pledging here before our brothers here that when you give me this mandate and I go there, I will not disappoint you. I will continue to be obedient. I will continue to work with our principal. I will continue to put the best. Of course, you know that after the massive fraud that occurred here in River State, I have addressed about 3 press conferences. I've been everywhere. There's no place I have talked that I have not talked about this stolen money that must be recovered. And so, therefore, I don't intend to deviate from it after a mandate has been given to me. I'll continue to protect it. And also, of course, I'll be attending this parliament of the people. Like I said, we are parliamentarians. Maybe one day you'll also make me one of the parliamentarians. And so we'll all continue to talk and then
Absolutely, man.
bring in
Absolutely.
policies that will engender good governance. But when you do not hear from people and hear exactly what they want, you'll be tempted to begin to bring this high-handedness. That you're not people-oriented, you cannot even get feedbacks. So we intend to run and change whereby feedbacks will come. And conscious of the fact that it's obedience that brought us, and they can also recall us at will, as you have said. We'll be conscious to be very, very careful to work with the obedient family and ensure that Nigeria is taken to the next level. Because where we are not supposed to be here. We are endowed with a lot of natural resources in this country. We have the human resources. We have everything at our disposal that will make us a great nation. But what have we now? It is because of bad leaders. Every day we are just at the down end of the society. Today, Nigeria has become the world capital, poverty capital. Is it supposed to be that way? Go and look at other countries that don't have what we have, yet they are doing great. I went to Botswana, a small African country. If you see the infrastructure that are there, so you will marvel what is happening to Nigeria. So I pledge that I will put the best of policies that will engender good governance, and also, of course, work with our principal P2B, because definitely he's coming to be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, no doubt about that. Even whether Satan likes it or not, Obi is the next president of Nigeria. So whatever they like, let them do. The truth will always surface, because no matter how falsehood travels, when truth wakes up, it will overtake falsehood. So thank you.
Hmm. Oh my God, that is the beauty of the
I
diversity
wish you,
that
I
we
wish
have
you
in the
well, Madam
Nigerian state.
Beatrice. I wish you well. I wish you
Yeah,
well.
you know, so that's the beauty that we have in the
This woman
Nigerian
is
state.
good though. This woman is
As a real level best, I'll come to you in a bit. You know, the interesting thing, when people preach tribalism and bigotry, this particular proverb that she used right now is something that is very popular in Yoruba language. They say Tiroba lologun odun, ojo kan lo to ma gbera to ma ba. If a lie gets a 20-year head start, the day the truth takes off is the day the truth will catch up with that lie. And honestly, you have been very impressive on this platform so far. We're going to take questions. I'm going to come back to your manifesto in a bit, because I want you to break that down bit by bit. We've gone through about 6 or 7 points, about 3 or 4 points of your manifesto. So let's go to
Sorry,
Tweet Doctor.
please, this AIT, they are downstairs waiting for me. I want to go and address them.
Okay, how many minutes do you have more to spend with us? Just give us a time frame and we'll work with that.
Say 20 minutes. Let me tell her to just be
20.
patient.
Okay, brilliant. All right. Every submission in a minute, every question and submission in a minute. For all of the speakers that we have on the platform. Comrade Beatrice, thank you so much for the time and the effort that you've put into joining us this evening. LP Tweet Doctor, go ahead, please. Your submission in a minute. Questions, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Omar. Thank you. Yeah, I hope I'll make justice with time. Yeah. Definitely for the past 4 days, the obedient family on our spaces who have been sandwiched with a whole lot of questions that this our comrades' presence today have answered almost all of them, especially judging from the Amechi issue to even so was at the time we're even asking how can it be fair that somebody who is coming from the Equator stock is still representing or vying for a post, but she has answered it and it becomes false. So, madam, thank you so much for being around. It's a great opportunity. And I am a little bit disappointed because I went through a lot of checking issues for the past 5 visits to P2B was in River State. I tried to see how much of your physical presence that was there, and but that is fairly shared because we have already. For me, you are going to be the first female elected governor in Nigeria. That is wholehearted because for your being around in the in this people's parliament today has answered a whole lot of issue and going away from this space today, we will propagate you, we will make sure that you become the governor by the special grace of God. I have one simple question to ask you, please, because I have so many questions here, but because of time. You see, the bursaries issue that was initiated by Melford Okilo, who was the first, I think, in the Second Republic in River State, 1979 to 1983 on the educational sector. It did a lot of impact. Please, today it is being represented as students' loan or thereabout. Can you give Rivers indigenes or citizens or I mean residents a guarantee that you can be able to establish a student loan or bursary award for everybody who want to go to either university or having a higher degree education in Rivers State? Can you give us, I mean, an outlook towards that? Thank you so
Okay,
much, ma.
thank you.
Thank you
First
for
and
being
foremost,
around.
let me also reiterate here that saying that I was not found during the AB movement in the political space. Actually, I had an accident, most of you are aware. For about 2 months plus, I was bedridden. I didn't walk because I had said that I broke two of my bones on my legs. So that's why initially we started the sensation, but later I was a bit away because I was trying to recuperate. That being that as it may, once I came back, I bounced back after the rally, the presidential campaign rally that took place in Port Harcourt. I became very active and I've been moving from that time until the day the presidential elections were closed. We were on the road, we were on the streets, we were on the radios, we were everywhere. So coming to the scholarship, I think I mentioned it earlier when I was talking about education. I said we are going to revive the scholarship board so that even indigent students and even those who are brilliant students that have one important skill to acquire both within and outside the country can go there and acquire these trainings and come back to impact the society, impact the economy. We are going to do that. And also I said about bursary. I said sometimes we should be able to open this because some of us enjoyed it. I'm a product of scholarship. I never paid a dime when I was in school. I had several scholarships, and so I will be able to see how I can revive this scholarship boards. And when I talk of a database. We are going to run a system whereby we have a database. We are not going to be vague. We are not going to be working based on speculations. We are going to have a database. And when we say how many students do we have, we should be able to know the number of students that we have in River State. We should be able to know the number of our students that are studying outside the state and those who are studying outside the country. When we have this database ready, we can be able to plan these policies that will begin to impact on them individually as students and also collectively as the people from River State who are studying, because at the end of the whole hallmark is that you will come back to impact the state positively. And so the state should be concerned about your well-being while studying, so that at the end of the day you can come back and impact the state. I used to tell people that if you go out of this place, the Americans and others, they impact the society because they know that the society values them. That's why you will see that anytime there is any problem in a particular country, America will be the first country to send this to come and evacuate their citizens because they value the citizens. So we want to run a river state whereby our citizens will be valued. When you are valued, of course, you know that you put in your best to see how you can also enhance that society that values you. So that's exactly what we are going to do. We are going to have an all-encompassing program whereby our students, we young people, can be impacted because they are the leaders of tomorrow, whether we like it or not. We are not going to relegate them to the background. I can assure you that.
Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice. My sister, Sweet Angel, in 30 seconds, your question, please, so we can rush through.
Thank you, Omar, Jimmy, every obedient, and Comrade Beatrice. I'm not here to ask you a question. I'm here to tell you that you need to understand that the young women will be looking at you. We will be looking up to you, comrade. And I thank you for the audacity that you have to run this election. I thank you that you have the audacity to come out to this obedient movement and tell us what you're about to do. As a woman, I know you will understand that the more you train women, you empower women, you have a thriving nation and state. Comrade, please remember that you have to put the people of River State on the map so that young girls all over Nigeria will understand that they can and can attain to any height that they want to. Please live an exemplary life, do your job, secure the women in Delta State, provide jobs for them,
In
security.
River State.
Okay, I mean in River State, provide jobs for them and security so that other states can emulate you and make Nigeria better. Make the girl child know that also important in the Nigerian political sector. Thank you, Comrade Beatrice. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
I appreciate,
Yeah.
but that's of course my constituency. So you can be rest assured that issues of young women, issues of women will be taken in the front burner because we are not going to play with women. And I have been a victim of a society where this male chauvinism prevails. And of course, we
Mm.
come from families whereby when they were trying to make choices who will go to school and who will not, sometimes they will say the male should go, the female should remain. But I was lucky that my father was somebody who had the privilege of saying every of his child that wants to go to school should go to school. That's why some of us had the opportunity of going to school. Otherwise, with the woman child or the girl child, it's really an endangered species. And we are going to do the best that we can to see how we can bring about liberation of the girl child so that we can also find our place in society. After all, in the beginning, the Bible says God created them male and female. And so we should be able to, that we are not saying that we are going to overtake them, but we are going to work side by side and encourage one another so that we can be gender specific. We can also encourage both the male and the female. Because we are not going to say the men should go to the blues. No, everybody will be encouraged, but then
Mm.
we'll have a special place for the women who are already endangered so that we can be able to fix them too. So be rest assured that we are going to do something, but that is my own primary constituency. Thank you.
Now, let me share a quick story with you before I take our next speaker, Comrade Beatrice. Now, this thing you mentioned, my mother, she's about 71 years old right now. When she finished from high school, she graduated alongside a younger brother who obviously had good grades and she had better grades. And both her parents had to make a decision on who to send into higher institution, and they made a decision by choosing a younger brother. Till today, I mean, she's 71 right now. Obviously, she never got higher education in terms of tertiary institutions, and she would always talk about it and regret it, and she'll be like, I didn't get the chance to go into university because I'm a woman. And that is quite unfortunate. It's something that breaks my heart. Hearing you say that is something that gives me so much solace when it comes to the girl child education. Thank you so much for daring to do what you are doing. And let me go straight to Nelo. Nelo, my sister. We're taking women now. Nelo, Cindy Gold, Otumba DK, and Savik before End Bad Politics. End Bad Politics has a very brilliant idea for you when it comes to your campaign. We'll come to that in a bit. Nelo, 30 seconds, please.
All right, thank you, Omar, Matt, Jimmy, and everyone. All protocols observed. Thank you, Miss Beatrice, Comrade Beatrice. I
Mrs.
apologize for that, Mrs. I apologize sincerely, Mrs. Beatrice, Comrade Beatrice. Thank you for coming up here to speak to us. I don't have a question per se, but you see, Rivers is very, very personal to us obedient, because of what happened there. And we would honestly love to win that state with a landslide. So I want to ask you, Ma, is there any way that we can help you? Is there any way we can come in? Is there any way we can help you with your campaign? Are there any obstacles that you want obedience, to come in and help you in your bid to win this state? Because we want this, but we can't want it more than you want it. So you have to lead the charge. And I'm sure that obedience are ready and willing, to support you and to push you. But we really want to see you as gingered as we are. So again, how do you intend to win the state? Is there any way that obedience can step in, to help you get this state? Because for one, and especially for us women, it's going to be a big achievement for us because we've never had a female governor in Nigeria. So yeah, it's very personal to me, and I'm sure it's very personal to a lot of obedience. So please tell us, how can we help you, Ma? How can we help you with this campaign? How can we help you win River State with a landslide? Because I know that the people are ready to teach Wike a lesson. They are ready to let that emperor know that power belongs to the people and not to the people in authority. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, my sister. Yes, there are several ways that the obedience can assist us, assist ourselves so that we can win River State. And one of them is publicity. Like we have said, there's this negative narrative that how can a woman lead? How if we people can deliberately go out there and begin to sell this narrative that the woman is capable. Let's give a woman a chance, and then the publicity is key. And also, we will need volunteers because we have heard that during the last elections of 25th, that so many people, so many polling units, there were no polling unit agents, there were no kind of volunteers there to see how they can become observers and all that. So if we can have all this, I think it will go a long way to see how we can secure that seat. So people should if volunteer, and also people should come out even with their resources. Because on the day of the election, many people we may not be able to reach everybody. So those that have the resources in places of your political influence, you should be able, even if it is pure water, even if it is snacks, we can carry and go. So people that voted will be able to sit there and not go. Because like I will always say, evil thrive when good people look the other way. But by the time we sit there and we after voting, we stay there to secure our votes, I'm not sure that the military or whoever will come and assist them to come there and beat everybody up. But it's when we vote and we go home to sleep. And of course, it will be when we look the other way, then they can begin to perpetrate the criminality that they did that 25th of February. So we should be able to encourage ourselves by coming out as we vote. If you have anything, or even any snacks or food at all, you can come out with more than one mouth that only you can eat. If you can give other two people that are there and others like that way, I think a lot of people will stay around, and then that way we can also move. Like I said, publicity is also key, and then volunteerism, and then there's any other thing that we know. We can even need graphic designers. So we are trying to put in place a situation room, and so we can also send across the situation room, the codes and everything. On that day, wherever you are, you can be able to contact us if there's anything going on, so we can be able to immediately capture it there and begin to raise the alarm to the appropriate quarters. All these are the ways I think that you can be of help to the more, because this thing we are doing is for ourselves. We want good governance. We want people that can come and strengthen the system such that even the poor child without knowing anybody can be somebody. Because the system whereby
Hmm.
we have that, except you know somebody will not be this, you will finish school with good grades, but you see some people who didn't even come half of your grades, they are all employed because their parents know who knows who and who knows the other person. We are trying to disabuse that. We want to rewrite the narrative such that any child that is gifted, any child that has what it takes, can be somebody without knowing anybody and without having to pay these bribes that people want to collect from other people. That's exactly what we want to do. So whatever we are doing, let us see that we are working for ourselves and what we want to ensure is good governance. Then at the end of the day, we shall come back and begin to reappraise the system and see where we can fix things the way we want it to be. Because we have been traveling, we go to other countries, we go to other places. We should be able to replicate what we are seeing there. And the unfortunate is that most of these our leaders travel out. And when they enjoy this facility, but when they come here, they want us to remain in perpetual poverty, in obscurity, so that we will continue to look up to them. And it's not supposed to be that way. So we are trying to say, please and please, and we are the people that you see, tell them that they should not think of this 5,000, 10,000, $100 that they will be giving.
Hmm. Okay, Comrade Beatrice, thank you so much for that.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
So
Yes, we can
let
hear
them
you, ma'am.
jettison this 50, 5,000, 10,000, and come out and vote in their number, because we don't have the money to give, but we have the services to render. And if we want this service to be rendered, then they all should come out and give us the mandate so that we can be able to drive the system to the destination that all of us are desiring. Thank you.
Okay. Now, madam, we have um 4 speakers. We have 12 minutes out of the 20 that you gave us. So we're going to take 4 speakers who are going to just throw direct questions at you. So we're going to take Cindy Gold, Savik, and Bad Politics, and Otumba DK. So all right, let's go for it. Cindy Gold, in 30 seconds, please. Cindy Gold, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
30 seconds, please.
Um, I greet everybody, Jimmy, Max, everybody. Comrade Beatrice, good evening, ma'am.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for
How
being
are you today?
fine. Thank you, ma. Mine is very short and simple. I want you to furnish us with every material you want us to be promoting online. We are always here. If you post anything, tag Omar, tag me, we'll make sure it goes round. But above that, I'm quite worried about your safety. Please, what are you doing to protect yourself? Knowing the kind of emperor you have in Rivers State, that's my number one question. Then secondly, what are the things you're telling, you want us to tell people about you? Because sorry to say, I've not really read much about you. It's just the confidence that you coming under this platform. I believe they must have run background check on you and you must have good pedigree. So at least if I know things you've done in the past and things you're promising to do, yes, I can hop on it and tread when I have your materials. Thank you, ma. But please tell us what you're doing to protect.
Thank you. Then let me start by talking about the materials. The materials will be made available. I think I have my media officers that will be able to plot them in the net so that you people can have access to it. Then on my programs and manifesto, if you go to www.beatriceitworkcampaign.org, you will get everything about me, the positions I've held, what I have achieved in course of holding those positions, and all that. You will get to know about it. And then in the issue of security, I want to say that this is not the first time that attempts have been made on my life. You are aware that the Anonymous posted that a lady called Beatrice will be assassinated in the next few days and all that. I want to believe that security comes from God first and foremost. Then, secondly, you have to also be careful, because there was a time when Zeke was still alive. He was asked a question. They said he made a lot of voodoo. That's what is protecting him. And he said, well, I wouldn't say I didn't do voodoo, but I would say the greatest voodoo I have is carefulness. So you don't have to commit suicide, and you have to actually be very careful. So we're employing all that, and then we're also employing the security architecture. We have security agencies, and we have also run to them, especially in the midst of these threats. We have told them where we feel that we are threatened and all that, and so we are going all out to see how we can be watching our back too, and see how we can be safe. But ultimately, security belongs to God, and nobody can take your life if God does not say so. Because people have come to my house on more than 3 occasions. Hired assassins have come to my house. They entered into my room. They are in my bedroom. So one of them died. And that is how it has always been. So they know that attempting to take my life, God is always having my back. God is always protecting me. So don't be afraid. All I ask that day come out in your number if you are resident within River State and cast your vote. And also encourage your friends to come out and cast their vote so that we can actually show this open. That what happened on the 25th of February can also replicate on the 11th of March. That's all I ask. Thank you and God bless you.
The power of the people is greater than the people in power. Sir Vic, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Oma. Actually, mine is not a question. Mine is to kind of, allude to what Mrs. Beatrice have been saying here. Obedient, we are disruptors. We disrupt a lot of things. And electing Mrs. Beatrice as the first governor, female governor in Nigeria, is going to be something that is very disruptive. And we have to do it. We have to do it. Because the girl child has faced a lot. Just look at what is happening in the north. Electing her as the governor of Rivers State, we send a very, very positive signal to the whole of Nigeria. And coming to my question quickly, madam, what do you have all the party agents that are needed at the polling unit level to protect your vote on that day? And if not, what are you doing to be able to get that? Thank you.
Thank you. We have gotten a lot of agents, but we still need more. And also, we need observers. We'll apply to INEC, we'll get observer tax. Like I said, if we have one polling unit agent and there are about 2 or 3 observers there, it will be very, very difficult for them to come there and fool everybody around there. So that's why I said those who want to volunteer should volunteer and also assist us maybe as observers. And those who are even coming to vote as obedient family, let us be committed that will come in and after voting, we stay around to see what is going on and ensure that at the end of election, these elections are uploaded, snapshots are taken of the original result sheets, and then we can go our way. Then at the end, like, should leave the rest for us. We know God will help us and we'll know exactly what to do. We must reclaim that stolen mandate of 25th, and then on the 11th, we will clinch this ticket to show the world that actually we voted for Peter Obi.
Comrade Beatrice, I can assure you of one thing. I will use this platform of 10,000 plus followers to promote your candidacy from now till the day of the election. I will campaign for you with every fiber of my being. I will support you with every resource that is at my disposal. And I will make sure that I do everything that is humanly possible to ensure that you become the first female governor of Nigeria. I
And
can assure
possible
you of that.
female president.
Possible female president.
let,
We love you
let us
so much.
bite small, small. Let us take the one we can for now.
Mama,
Yes, one
youth, we
step
the
at a
dream.
time. I
Our dream.
totally understand
They
that.
know they limit our dreaming. No.
We know
Yes,
they
so
limit
yes,
our
so
Eh.
own dreams from here.
the sky is our starting point. Thank
You
you.
have been so impressive, and I can tell you that everything you've said on this platform represents and resonates with every obedient that is on this platform. Thank you so much. One more question, I think two more before we go. There's a particular lady I want you to listen to. She is one of the most brilliant lawyers that we've ever had on this platform. She's a Gen Z and she's amazing. Ripple, please go ahead in 30
Thank you, Omar.
seconds.
Please, can you confirm that I'm audible so that I can go ahead?
Yes, you
Thank
are.
you. Okay. Good evening, good day, Mrs. Comrade Beatrice. Let me start by saying that you are a symbol of the future, and we don't take it likely that you are running for governor of River State. You are running on our behalf. You're running for a minority women in the entire human race. So my question now is in regards to employment and in regards to industrialization, what are the three most important, should I say, commissioners actually that you would be looking that you'll be anticipating to work with, three that you'll be anticipating to work with to make sure that you are able to reduce, the number of unemployed people in River State? So that's my question. Thank you very much.
So I didn't get you. Come again.
Can I repeat myself? Okay, my question is,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
thank you, ma'am. My question is, what are the three positions for the commissioners? What three commissioners of River State would you be looking towards working with so that you can reduce the number of unemployed people in River State? I hope I was audible this time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I've gotten you.
Thank you.
Actually, when you look at it, we'll have a directorate of employment. Like I said, if you look at my 10-point agenda. The first is employment, and we said we will have a pool whereby we'll have a committee kind of headed by the deputy governor that will be going around to source for employment, to see the areas where we can be able to generate employment and employ our teeming youth. Be that as it may, we will also have the Ministry of Budgeting to work with, because first of all, I said I will not be dealing with speculations. I will want to work with actual figures. I'm talking about database. When I talk everything, I say I must have a database on every issue, so that as you look at it, you'll be able to say, this is where we need to fix, this is where we need to look at what we can do. And so when we have these things, I think Ministry of Budget is a very key ministry. I will also work with the Ministry of Agriculture. There must be massive agricultural revolution. And once that is done, we'll be able to partner with the Bank of Agriculture and see how we can also give grants to majority of our peasant farmers so that they can be able to improve. That way they will become employers of labor. That's another area that will be able, and also the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. We are going to go out there and see how we can create a conducive environment whereby it will be attractive to investors, both local and foreign investors, so that they can come into Rivers State to invest. When these are done, of course, when the place is industrialized, there will be employment for everyone. When we are growing, those people that went to vocational school that we spoke about earlier, once they finish school, they go to Transamadi. Before they go 2 or 3 days, they have gotten employment somewhere. That's because the factories are there, the companies are there. But today, what do we have? We have churches. And so you can continue praying from morning to night. It will not create job. The only thing it will do is that you begin to have enemies, because they will say your father is the one that is not making you to get employed. Your mother is the one, your mother-in-law is the one that is standing against your program and all that. But that's not the area where we are saying that we'll be deliberate to put in place policies in telling this major industry. But then that is not to say that others will be secluded. No, all of that means like health, education, everybody, it will be an all inclusive and all encompassing administration. But then we pay particular premium, particular attention to this area, because it can also generate jobs. And when people are now working, this everybody will be relaxed to the extent that we begin to fix other areas right.
Comrade Beatrice, we have 2 minutes to go before we allow you to go. Of course, you have the discretion to leave us, but 2 minutes. End Bad Politics has a very brilliant idea on how to spread your candidacy across river states that is a bit maybe away from social media. End Bad Politics. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, ma. Am I audible, Omar?
Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, ma. I love the fact that you're talking about data and database. Because that's the only way you can actually measure your progress and stuffs like that. So what I have is I have eligible voters in River State 1.2 million in terms of database. So I don't know if your campaign already have a database you are working with in terms of bulk SMS and probably automated calling and stuffs like that. But if your campaign does not have one that you're working with, I would also like to work with your campaign on that database issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have my, you message me privately so that we can chat, and then I will tell you what we have done and what I expect that you can also assist us with. Thank you.
Yes, I'm going to actually create a connection between your campaign team and End Bad Politics for that to be able to be facilitated. Thank you so much, Comrade Beatrice Itubo, for coming on this platform tonight. I really appreciate your presence, and I'm sure that you have sold your candidacy to quite a number of Nigerians who had a lot of reservations about what you represent. But in all honesty, you've blown quite a number of minds. I mean, we have about 800 people on this platform and about 2,000, 3,000 people who will probably listen even when you're gone. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your presence, and we believe that you will be the next governor of Rivers State. You have my word. I'm going to do everything possible within my capacity to campaign for you, to support your candidacy, because we need the first female governor to emerge in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, our principal, Peter Obi, somehow
First female governor
facilitated the first
elect.
person.
First female governor
Ye-
elect. We had Virgie Etiaba.
First female governor
Elect
elect.
is more
You
is
know,
important.
Cizo, do you remember them Virgil Etiaba, who came to power by the virtue of Peter Obi's candidacy somehow?
Yes. Karma back again.
Exactly. So Peter Obi has a thing for bringing women into power, and I believe that you will be the first legitimately elected female governor in Nigeria. We believe it. It is possible, and we will
Thank
get
you.
it done. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so
Before I
much. We
log out, let
love
me
you so
appreciate
much. You have
let
won
me
a lot of
appreciate the
hearts and
obedient
minds.
family and also
Just
tell you that
sorry,
I'm
ma. Sorry,
obediently
ma. One
beaten.
second, ma. 1 second.
Oma, give me 1 minute now.
No, River,
Oh,
Real Ever Best.
Real
Hang
Ever
on,
Best.
hang
She
on,
has to go real
hang on.
soon. Samat, go ahead,
Sorry,
please.
ma. Just before you go, ma. Because the way this space is arranged, once you leave, we'll start taking reactions from our parliamentarians, and one of the advice that I'll probably leave with you is that if it's possible, you might advise a member of your staff or someone that is close to you. I know nobody is here, so someone that can possibly sit back and listen to parliamentarians as they give their reactions, take some of the information as some
Of
sort of
course,
feedback.
nobody will be here.
Yeah, as some sort of feedback to you, so you can work with that. One of the things that we'll probably do when you leave is we'll bring up a lot of people that are residing in River State and people that are from River State, and they can give and match what you've said with their opinion on the ground, and give some sort of advice. So if by way of feedback you could get some useful information, if that's possible, that's just what I wanted
Yeah,
to
that's definitely
put out
going
to you
to
before
happen,
you
sir.
leave, man.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Nobody is there. I think yet is also there. So I
Yes.
believe that the two of them will be able to give us the feedback and other questions that might arise. I think on Thursday we have another platform. I will be
Yes,
here.
yes.
I
We
will
will
attend to
get
any
you on the
questions that we
violence
didn't
space
attend
on
to today.
Thursday.
Yes.
Definitely. We'll get you on the violence space. In fact, I'll make time to be there myself. Real Level Best, 30 seconds, please, as quickly as possible, so that she can leave us. Real Level Best, are you there? Real Level Best.
If he's not ready, I can go. I
Okay,
just
you go quickly, Otumba DK, 30 seconds.
okay. Thank God I still met you, man. I'll just greetings everyone. I'll skip that. Please, man. On obedience to see, we can't be divided into five political angles to defeat Mr. Brain Rigging deals. You understand? I'm making it that known to every obedient here. So I'll be quick in my question, man. Have you made any move to talk to, and it's a political question, have you made any move to talk to other smaller political parties, their candidates? And if you haven't, when you win, are you open to engage them? That's if they can come into Labour Party. So that's my question.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I think we are talking to them. I think nobody I know yet will tell you. So many of them have come to us. I think by tomorrow being Monday, we have a press conference that some of them who have decided to come to us are also coming there to address the press with us. And then we are still asking others, even the bigger ones that we feel that their chances are not there because we have an emperor. That all of us must come together to see how we can take the, according to him, that they don't give power, they take power. So that we can take
Mm.
this power from him and the power will belong to the people. Because Falana said, go to the street, the power resides in the street. And so we have come to the street and we are going to take that power by the grace of God. So I'm thinking that we have been talking with them. And if you watch, even when I speak during the campaigns and during the debates, I've never been so antagonistic with people. I only go there and tell them the policies I think I can drive in the state to bring about quality life, to bring about good leadership, to bring about the enhanced economy. And so I've never been so antagonistic with anybody. So, but that gives them the opportunity. Most of them are drifting in and coming to work with us. And I believe before Wednesday, Thursday, I think all these arrangements would have been concretized. And then we shall go into the polls flawlessly, and then we'll take our victory. And God will be with us and make this state to be a prosperous one. Thank you.
Amen. Issue based politics. That is what Comrade Beatrice Itubo of the Labour Party in Rivers State is preaching. Thank you so much for joining us on this platform today. It's been an absolute pleasure having you on this platform. It's been very, very relaxing and refreshing to listen to someone like you who obviously brings a lot to the table. You have a clear plan, simple solution to complex problems of the River State. Thank you so much. God bless you. Comrade Mrs. Beatrice Itubo, who is, in my opinion, the incoming governor of River State. Thank you so much, ma'am. You can leave now. You have the parliamentarians' permission to leave. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Let's go. Let's go, go, go.
Labour Party from top to bottom. Now, we're getting into the crux of the conversation. If you feel like we're just about rounding up, you're deceiving yourself because the conversation is about to get started. LP from top to bottom. Is it an emotive rhetoric or is it a brilliant political strategy? Now, I'm going to be very happy to have my brother Ayodeji Yomi come up, to contribute to this conversation if he's still available. But Cizo, LP from top to bottom, there are quite a number of questionable candidates on the LP ballot. Let's be honest with ourselves. What do you think?
This is why I like what we have going on. Beatrice Itubo was also one of those controversial candidates. But we have a situation where she can be held to the fire by the people who put her there. Yesterday, when the arguments were coming in, especially there's another Labour Party governor, somebody Hembe. I've seen the name, I've seen Aruma Ote call him.
Hena Nembe.
Yes, he's another controversial person that we definitely must speak to. Because you see, the only way we can do these things is bring them on and measure them. All right. Now we've brought Miss Beatrice on. I must say, the same type of grace, anointing, the same type of the way my heart feels when I hear Peter Obi speak. I got that from Miss Beatrice today. So if I'm going to say I'm working on my instincts, and I really trust my instincts. My instincts kind of clicked with Miss Beatrice today. At worst case, she's a good liar. Or at worst case, God forbid. So for me, that Hembe person, we must find a way to speak with him. Let us, on this platform now, we're going to speak with parliamentarians. We'll ask the parliamentarians, did you feel the same vibe you get from Peter just from hearing Mrs. Beatrice Itubo in the last 2 hours? Anybody who is damaging to the Labour Party movement, I dare say by the time he has spoken to us for 2 hours and has been slapped left and right with questions from people who literally don't give a fuck who they are. Do you understand where I'm coming from? There's no niceties here. We are trying to build something. And I still repeat, 1 year Somwike gave PDP a lot of problems. 1 year Somwike corrupted 5 governors in PDP to the point that they were all wearing a dire and going jockeying around the country. One wrong governor can corrupt 5 governors. So, like I said, LP top to bottom, because so far so good, LP seems to have credible candidates. But let us always remember that any place that the God puts a garden told mankind life will be jollof, the devil will go. So the same movement that would exalt the child of the commoner into government office, into elective office, can also be polluted. That is where we have to be careful. For now, I stand at vote LP all the way. The Hembe idiot, if you put him there, if he messes up, he knows we put him there. But before we put him there, he will submit himself to what Miss Beatrice submitted herself today. He will swear. You see, this is one swearing. Nobody give you Bible. Nobody give you Shango for a year. You will swear in front of 800 people that I am loyal to Peter Obi. So by that time, even your godfather that is supporting you, he go down the shake. Because this movement, if any governor that comes here and doesn't give us, yesterday on Violence Space, I think we had the governor from Delta State for Labour Party. I got the same vibe, the same intelligence, the same, that thing, like we have these people be missing from in the Nigerian political space. I got that same energy from the Delta governor, LP candidate. I ticked it for him. So like I said, we must hold them all to the fire. It is quite a process to recall somebody who has already become an emperor. Imagine trying to recall Wiki. Let's not deceive ourselves. We told ourselves if Buhari doesn't perform, we'll vote him out after 4 years. My guy did 2 terms because 2019 was a proper sham. So let's hold them to the fire now. There's a reason why, as much as they're speaking, I'm loving them. I like to put myself in a position where I'm not falling in love with any Labour Party candidate. You are going there to work. It's not a holiday. It's not a jamboree. You are not going there to cash out. All right? So, like I said, bro, LP all the way. We stand on LP all the way. Because anything else is dividing votes. We might as well dash the vote to APC. We stand on LP all the way. But every LP candidate, especially the ones with asterisks, must be brought to either the parliamentarians, the violencers, not all these spaces, those cuddle warp spaces that like to hug them and treat their ego. They must be brought to spaces where they'll be asked a question in 30 seconds and they must answer in 1 minute. A question in 30 seconds, answer in 1 minute. Then we check these people and we know how to handle them moving forward. I'm for LP all the way. It works. It ensures we win the elections. But I'm also for holding these candidates accountable before, during, and after. God bless you, man.
Oh my God, Caesar, you always have a way of encapsulating my thoughts in few minutes. My brother Ayodeji Oyomi, you do the same, I presume. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd like to add to what my brother N6 just did justice to. So parliamentarians in the House, we have a huge task ahead of us in the next couple of days. Now, even though I've not discussed it with you or Mao, we have to find a way, just like NC said, to ensure that all the, I think, roughly 16 gubernatorial candidates that we have under Labour Party attends this kind of, we'll have, maybe we can have like back-to-back people's parliament, space, okay, over the course of this week. We'll bring them, I mean, the gubernatorial candidate for Plateau State, that of Benue State. It doesn't matter even if you don't have any K-leg or you don't have any, it doesn't really matter, okay? We'll subject them to the same fire, quote and unquote, that we've just subjected Comrade Beatrice to. And then we can now be able to have a clearer understanding. And then the social contract that we had from Madam this evening, we can also have it from each of them too. So, and I think it's possible. I mean, and I trust parliamentarians, all obedient in the House, to be available for all of those spaces. I know, of course, that would be a lot of sacrifice on our part. But of course, we've come a long way. We're making a lot of sacrifices before now. Okay, so we can be able to have that to what we are also going to be doing. Okay, in ensuring that we're not just voting Labour Party top to bottom, which of course we are going to be doing, but we are also still being able to make ourselves look so responsible enough to not hold the part of the APC and the PDP of this world who think that, oh, okay, you know what, just go there and just go and misbehave. You will come here, if you will come to the House and then you tell the House exactly what you intend doing. And then if you can convince us, that doesn't mean that, of course, that we won't vote for you, but of course, we will be able to know that, okay, you know what, watch out for this guy. We are just going to give this guy for 4 years. All right. It's as good as somebody that attend a job interview and then you are being subjected to a month or 2 month probation. Okay. Now, as an executive governor, you can't be recalled. You have 4 years of probation, right? But you can be rest assured that no matter what it takes, you will not reinforce failure. Okay. So I think that is what we can do. We can, and I think we can really do it if Omar, you are the host. I mean, if you just give the green light. Thank you.
Okay, I was setting up a poll whilst you were speaking, but I would go back to it once we take our next speaker. In all honesty, I plan to host another People's Parliament on Tuesday because I don't think the violence space is hosting an election space on Tuesday. We did that before the elections, so the Tuesday space is available. So we're going to do that on Tuesday. The violence space will be holding on Thursday, and then we'll have the violence space on Saturday, which is the day of, I'd like to believe is the day of the elections. So we're going to have these guys, we would have them under the spotlight, we'll scrutinize them, would question them, we'll speak to them as Nigerians. You know, the interesting thing is, at the start of this whole movement, they said there's no polling unit on social media. Now, Jide has been.
Omar, my God.
Jide has been tweeting every 30 seconds. Oh, my fellow Lagosians. They've employed all of the Yoruba Nollywood idiots that you can imagine. From Tony Abraham to Lege Miami to all of these people. To blackmail people, insult them, and say all sorts of stuff concerning, the elections. But I want you to know, my fellow Nigerians, that we have Nigeria in our palms right now. We have the right to decide the future of our nation. We have the will, the capacity to decide who comes into office, and we must maximize it. There is no way these people will sell us the garbage they sold us 8 years ago. They managed to subvert our will at the polls on the 25th of February, but that is not going to happen again. I can assure you, even if they try to do that, the power of the people will forever be greater than the people in power. And if you have any doubt concerning that, look at how the presidential election has transpired. So INEC decided to decide. The Nigerian people decided, but INEC decided otherwise. You see, that's the place where that proverb comes into play. If a lie has a 20-year head start, the day the truth takes off is the day the truth will catch up with that lie. The truth is catching up with INEC right now. Look at the IRF portal. We have results that completely contradicts what INEC put in the front of Nigerians some days ago. Ripple, my sister, you have a reaction to Comrade Beatrice Itubo. Good evening.
Good evening. Let me start by quoting you actually. The power of the people greater than the people in power. I really wanted to ask Comrade Beatrice that question because I wanted to understand her approach. And when she said something about statistics and numbers, that to me was when I was sold because that is what Peter Obi stands for. That is something that he aligns with, that you cannot just, be someone who is a policymaker or a change maker without, making, should I say, reference to numbers and statistics. And there was someone, a lady, who asked her a question as to how can we help you? How can we help you push the narrative? And she said, please help me in so ways. And then also she said, please help me push the narrative that a woman can do this. And I said, I'm going to take it upon myself to actually do that. And I'll start here by quoting, Omar, is it fine if I maybe for a minute or two just speak
Please
on
go
that
ahead, my
issue?
dear sister. You have been an integral member of this platform from day
Thank
one.
you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So let me say, if anyone should ask you why should I vote for Beatrice, knowing that she's a woman, say gender is not an easy conversation to have. It makes people uncomfortable, sometimes even irritable. Both men and women are resistant to talk about gender or are quick to dismiss the problems of gender because thinking of changing the status quo is always uncomfortable. But that is part of the problem. Some people will say a woman is subordinate to men because it's our culture, but culture is constantly changing. There are people who 100 years ago would have been killed and taken away because they are twins, because they are albino. Because 100 years ago, the Nigerian culture considered the birth of twins in some areas to be an evil omen. Today, that practice is unimaginable to all Nigerian people. So, what is the point of culture? Culture functions ultimately to ensure the preservation and continuity of a people. So I'm saying I've stopped quoting now. I was quoting from a renowned author that I admire. I wouldn't call her name, but I'm quoting to say that gone are the days when it's gender first. We're looking at competence. We're looking at issue based problems. We're looking at issue based campaigns. I personally am the type of person that everyone is equal. And you, as an individual, have to prove yourself to me. I listened to Beatrice, she's proved herself to me, and I'm going to actually campaign for her and I'll say, please vote for her. Um, that's actually all I have to say. I like to always keep it short. So, yes, thank you so much, Omar. Before Let me end by saying thank you to every obedience that has found one way or another to let the voice of the people be heard by the people who want to represent us. And I hope that when they do get into office, that this does not stop, that there's no the chain of communication does not reduce, because it is very important that people who represent us hear our voices, they hear the tone, they can empathize with our situation, and they can understand how we're looking for a good future. We're looking towards a stability for our future. You want to be able to make a decision that has Nigeria involved in 10 years and say, yes, I am sure that the currency, is only going to maybe increase or reduce in regards to, its value, maybe by 1% or only 2%, nothing more, nothing less, because you know that your leaders are people you can hold accountable. So yes, I yield now. Thank you so much. I'll stick around.
Thank you so much, my dear sister. You know the interesting thing, I've been looking through the comment section of the space, and there are quite a number of interesting comments addressed to Comrade Beatrice Itubo, a very brilliant woman. Honestly, one thing I start to ask myself is, why is it that in Nigeria we haven't really given the chance to women to actually express themselves in terms of being at the driving seat of our political process? My dear sister Lamine, you say your request is not coming through. Oh, Lamine, I can't wait to have you. I'm going to send you a request directly so that you can come up to speak. All right, let's go with the comments in the comment section. So this person says, Akim Adenuga says, work with the obedient support groups in Rivers State. LPO Saro says, we are taking a Edo State next year. Dr. Olu questioned her relationship with Wike, but of course she's addressed that. LP Taiwo Emeka Daudu, Nigerians, you are beginning to confuse me now with this detribalized thing. Which one is Taiwo Emeka Daudu? It says, in future, when with the obedience has taken over the structure of Labour Party, we will screen the candidates before we put them forward. But for now, we will vote LP top to bottom. Another person says, wow, Omar Castro, this comrade is on fire. For governance, she's ready for the job. I'm impressed with her submission. Rivers people, let's pull this through. It's LP all the way. And of course, Nnamdi says, Nello Suji, she will be the second female governor. Madam Etiaba of Anambra was the first. And Frank Kachi says, wow, Omar, this woman is fire and I'm impressed. Well experienced. Dr. Gregory says, what are the strategies put in? Okay, that's a question. So we have quite a number of, you know, responses to Comrade Beatrice's submission on the platform. So we're going to be taking reactions. I have Mamariella, Mr. Justice coming up. We have Tom Steve. We have Ejikeme, my brother. So let's start with those who haven't spoken yet. Let's start with Just OJ. Just OJ, my brother. How did you feel? Real Ever Best, I see you. And Bad Politics, I see you.
Are
We'll
you
come
sure
to
you
you.
saw me?
Real Ever Best, you go before Just OJ. Let's do it that way.
Let's. You called him already. Let him go. I'll go after him.
All
No,
right.
no, real ever best. I cede the ground to you on this one. Please go ahead. I will
All
wait.
right. All
No
right. All
problem.
right. Real Ever Best, you got the floor. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're speaking from. Oma, thank you for actually actually inviting this woman to this platform today. I think that is one of the best decisions you've taken perhaps in this season. It was good that you brought her, and it was good she came on this platform, to just clear the air because this has.
Which ones are the other bad decisions?
No, I said one of the
Jimmy,
best. I said one of the best
Jimmy,
decisions.
Jimmy. Why you they like? Why you they like Greek people?
No, the
Jim,
other bad.
when people are trying to manage to sit on the table, Jimmy go just remove all the
It's
four
just
legs
a
from
scatter.
Batam.
I think one of the best, one of the best, one of the best decisions because this thing has caused confusion. In the last few days, a lot of people have brought a lot, and because the woman has not spoken to us, so it was even easy for people to begin to have their own opinion about the woman. I think it was good that you decided to bring her to this platform so that she'll have opportunity to speak for herself. And speaking for herself, she did, very well. Because of the confusion and everything that people have said, I had to just go to her just yesterday the interview she granted in Arise Television. I think that's the first time I saw, and immediately I listened to that woman. I said,
whatever anybody is saying about this woman, I don't care. We are going to vote for this woman. But the truth about the man, beyond the woman, what we are saying is that we have a party, a party that we are voting. That woman's name is not going to be on the ballot on Saturday. What is going to be on the ballot is Labour Party, is LUP. That is what it's going to be. And that's what we are voting. If for any reason, we voted anybody into that platform and the person messes up, the truth about the matter is that we have the opportunity to vote them out. You don't know what it means when you give somebody a platform. Like you go and vote a party in Rivers State, you vote that person, the person wins election in Rivers State. You think that person will not come and collapse their structure and join you? It's not going to happen, because that person will want to be authority in his or her own party. Therefore, if you vote any other party in Rivers State, and how would the person get into Labour Party? The person will get into Labour Party and pursue people there. It's not going to happen. So the person will want to consolidate on their own structure, and River State alone can be able to build a party structure with the money that they have, build a party structure that will be strong, that will not be competing with you. So this idea of we're not going to vote him, she's going to let us vote him and let her decamp. If she decamp next political distance, we are going to. Do you know what this movement? The truth about the matter is that some of you don't even know the revolution we are creating. You guys don't know. The revolution that we are creating is that anybody who gets into office, anybody that will be movement, vote, the person will not mess up. That is just the truth. The person will not, because the person knows how he or she got into office. There is an adage in my place that says, if a shrine or juju messes up, they will tell that juju, this is the stick, this is the tree that we used in making you. So nobody will come into you did not spend 1 naira, you did not spend money, we organize for you, and you now come, we elect you. So this idea of she will decamp, no, forget it, bury it. P2B have said vote Labour Party. Are you now the one? Are you the one speaking for us now? Are you the leader? Let him be the purpose of following leadership is that even when that leadership is, let him make the mistake and let us learn from our mistake. If we vote somebody today and the person decamps, we will learn from our mistake and move on. And the truth about the matter is that we never had opportunity to interrogate this candidate. So, and you cannot blame anybody for that. And this is not the time. Few days the election, you want to start. That person you want us to vote, what has he done for this movement? How have we interrogated him? Do we know his blueprint? We don't know. So it's just like paying Peter to rub Paul. It doesn't make any sense for. But I'm telling you, the biggest thing is that we are voting our party. LP, that is what we are voting. These other people are people who happen to be unfortunate enough to have actually gotten the message. Remember, when people say these people did not do anything, remember they got the message on time. They got it on time. It's opportunity meeting preparation. So if all those people did not get the message and these people got it, that is their own opportunity. And this man said something. I was sick. I remember when we went to River State and people questioned why didn't P2B came out. That was when he was told that the woman was sick and she had to make a video this and say she's sorry that she's going to find time to go and say her. And the woman, the way this man has expressed her, for me, the way she has said God. When you look at this man, you think I never knew this woman can be this until I listened to that her interview and watching what she has done here in this platform today. This woman is somebody who knows what she's doing, who has a glimpse of what she's coming into office to do, and we should give her opportunity, especially because she's a woman. We should give her the opportunity to do everything we can. Let us do our own part and let her fail us. Like P2B said, remember Omar when P2B told the woman, say, I'm giving you this opportunity, I want you to fail. Let us give her the opportunity, let her fail. So what's happened here today, I'm so excited, and it has motivated, it has actually added to motivate us. Please let us vote LP. Whatever we can do in River State, if you're River State, whatever. Me, I'm even thinking now, is it Lagos I want to be now or River State? I don't know, because I need to be in one of these places to actually help them. But all of us have to do what we can do. If River State and Lagos, we need to take it. Please let us forget all this. There is no time. What time are you going to use to send bulk SMS messages to people to vote good party? What time do you have to? We don't have that time. We use 8 months to build this ground. Why do you want to destroy it now? Please, we may have made some mistake, but mistake is natural. It's just given for people to make mistake. Let us make the mistake and learn from our mistake. But I'm hoping that this woman that spoke here today, this man knows what she's doing, and this man is going to come through. But if she doesn't come through, let it be. It's one of those things. Please, let us forget this argument for now. I rest my case.
Let's go. Go.
Labour Party from top to bottom. And bad politics. Good evening. And bad politics, are you there, my brother?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. How are
I'm
you?
fine. I'm
Happy
fine.
Sunday.
See, what this woman just did today was to clear our doubts and to clear the doubts of those that I feel up till now they still don't trust the judgment of our principal. We are following a man that has a track record, right? And I'm sure that man wouldn't want to have people that are not competent around him. If you watch very well, this lady, I think about 2 days ago or so, went to Abuja also to meet our principal, and he personally endorsed this woman. And now we've heard from the woman herself. You can see why our principal endorsed the woman. You understand? But most of us, because we feel that, okay, we know so much and things like that, we want to deviate from what our principal is doing. But we should reason, and the reason is because we trust his judgment. And also, even if you look at it politically, right now, anybody that wins under the Labour Party, the victory is going to be attributed to the obedient movement. And as a result of them attributing the victory to the obedient movement, it means that you, as an obedient, you can hold that elected official responsible. And when you hold them responsible, they will be scared. You understand? They will do what they are supposed to do because at the end of the day, they know that they won not because of their money or not because of political godfather influence, but because of the votes of the people. The same influence those political godfathers would have over them is the same influence you, as the people that voted them, would have over them. Now, we are the political godfathers of Nigeria. So, I don't believe that anybody is 100% good. Like what I said in the violence space yesterday. Personally, if you vote me in now in an office and you're not holding me accountable, there's a 99.9% chance that I might go astray. But if you are holding these people accountable, even if within their hearts, they don't want to do, but because of the people, the fear of the people that put them there, they will do what they are supposed to do. Because, like I gave an example just now, if a political godfather puts somebody in office, the person would hold allegiance to that political godfather. Why? Because as a result of the political influence of that godfather, that's why they enter the office. So it's only natural that if it's as a result of the influence of the people they enter the office, they know very well. I don't see any reason why they would mess up. You understand? So for me, I am LP top to bottom. You get? I'm LP top to bottom, and this is the only way we can actually gauge our strength. Because this is politics, so we need to at least gauge our strength to say, okay, at the end of this whole process, how many House of Reps do we have? How many senators? How many governors that we're able to put in office? Tomorrow, that is what APDP and APC they will use to judge you. They are coming to you now for your vote, saying, "Oh, we are sorry, blah blah blah." All those are crocodile apology. Because at the end of the day, if you fall for that trap, when they get into that office, they are not going to attribute it to you. Rather, they will be laughing at you, saying that, "Oh, look at it, you lost River State, you lost Lagos, and all those things." But there is no way Gbadebo is going to win in Lagos or Mrs. Beatrice is going to win in River State that obedience will not be mentioned. It's not possible. You understand? And that way you will be able to hold them accountable. And also, they will also hold their allegiance to you, not to any godfather. Because at the end of the day, their victory was not influenced by any godfather, but by the power of the people. And most of all these people also, it's all about building a team around them. If they have the right team, the young minds in that state, you come up with your charter of demands to say, okay, fine, as we sacrifice for you, we've done donations and all those things. This is our charter of demand. This is what you want us. This is what you can do for us. You negotiate with the person, and the person says, okay,
Based on what funds are available, this is what I'll be able to do for the next 4 years and things like that. You'll be able to track the progress and all those things. Once you put those systems in place, we are trying to build an institution. We are trying to build a system that will be bigger than any individual. Whereby even if it's the devil you go and bring from hellfire and you put it into that system, the devil will have no choice than to do the right thing. And that is the whole vision of this obedience movement. It's trying to create a system whereby even if you are evil and you fall into that system, you have no choice than to fall in line. You either fall in line or you get out. Because now we will not be testing those our constitutional powers, like recalling most of all these senators and House of Representatives. And they know we have the numbers. They know we have the numbers to recall them. So once they know that you have the numbers to do all these things, they will have no choice than to fall in line. You understand? So for me, it is LP top to bottom because now it's even more important now because of the issues that our principal is passing through. If it was before that, okay, last week Saturday, Peter Obi was declared president and all those things, then we can say, okay, let's sacrifice one or two. But now we don't even have the luxury to sacrifice anybody because we need. Because imagine we had 12 governors or 15 governors last week Saturday. By now, we would have been announced the winner. Would have been announced the winner.
Okay, so end by politics. Let's look at it this way. How about in states like Benue, where we have somebody like Herman Imbe? Herman Imbe is a very controversial personality. Let's look at states like Enugu State. Frank Nweke Jr. In Nigeria, we've had quite a number of controversial ministers of information. Back in the days of Ibrahim Babangida, we had Uche Chukwumerije. In the days of General Sonny Abacha, we had Wadanas. In the days of Goodluck Jonathan, we had somebody like what's the name of this guy? I want to remember Labra Maku. And in the days of we've had quite a number of ministers of information, but Frank Onweke Jr. stands, aside when you look at the quality of ministers of information we've had in this country. So when you look at him as a gubernatorial candidate for Enugu State, alongside somebody like Chidioke Dioga, who I believe is contesting for the guber seat of that state, how do you think obedience can make their decision when it comes to discernment
Let
in
me
terms of who they
let
want
me
to go
use the
for?
words of Cizo. I think it was Cizo that said it yesterday on the Violence Space. He said that if not for anything, these people believed in the movement and they picked up the LP ticket when nobody was willing to pick up that ticket. So, if not for anything at all, for them to have the belief that they can run on the LP ticket and with the help of the obedience, they can win. Take, for example, now Mrs. Beatrice. She moved to LP in April. And most of all these other people that you're talking about, they moved with our principal. So, in a way, they had a vision, they believed in the vision of our principal. So, would it not be fair for us to now at least give them the benefit of the doubt for the next 4 years? And like I said, the Frank Wake you're talking about now, if he can form an alliance with the LP gubernatorial candidate in Enugu State, share some of the ideas and all of that, then I'm sure they can work something out. It's not a must that he must be governor, he must be the one in charge. We always have this mentality that, oh, I must be the one in charge. No. If you have ideas that you want to share, if you have ideas that you think can move, all we're trying to do is when you create a system that holds people accountable, right? Now you need to, if you put in Frank Weke, the guy in Enugu State, for example, he will not be accountable to our principal. He will be accountable to Soludo because Soludo is his elder brother in Abga. There's a political structure there. No matter how good his ideas are, he will not. So once you have that system of accountability in place, right, whereby Peter Obi can pick up his phone and say, "Oh God, what you are doing, I don't like it," and the person can easily, retrace his steps and all those things, then you can trust in the judgment because the person you are talking about has been endorsed by our principal again. So it's either we make up our mind, do we trust Peter Obi's judgment or not? We have to make up our mind. If you trust his judgment, at least for the next 4 years, let's create that system. You understand? Let's create that system whereby it is the people's vote that put these people. And the only way, the only realistic way you can gauge that right now is by voting LP top to bottom. That's the only way you can gauge it. Because Frank Wake you're talking about today, most of all these people, when they have power, they change. And you will not be able to hold him accountable. Soludo, today, Soludo now, who thought Soludo would turn? Soludo was former CBN governor. Everybody was happy. Me, myself, I wasn't happy when Soludo became the governor of Anambra State. But today, look at Soludo. So most of all these people, you cannot even know their true character until you give them real power. And how do you hold him accountable if he goes astray? Nobody's a saint. So to me, what is more important right now today is creating that system of holding people accountable. That is what is important. You understand?
So
Then in the
you
next
buy
4
into the LP top to bottom rhetoric because that's the crux of the conversation right now. Since our
I buy
guest is
into it
gone,
100%.
we're trying to understand this whole LP top. A lot of people feel. I mean, I've looked at the timeline of somebody like Jack, Chude, and quite a number of influencers that we got involved in this movement. In my opinion, I believe that bloggers have done a lot of damage to the obedient movement, than favors, in all honesty, because when you see stuff like they get fake news and you see stuff like, oh, retweet aggressively, and I'm like, guys, politics is different from advertisement. If
Most
you're
of all these people,
advertising,
let me ask you a question. Most of all these people that they are now promoting in other parties, right? The primary election was done for each party about the same time. If they believed in the obedient movement and they believed in the leadership of Peter Obi and his leadership style and all those things, why did they not switch party to LP? Why did they not switch party to
that's a
LP?
very, very brilliant question. Guess what, my brother? The interesting thing is that on this platform, I've never ever surprised my listeners, but we have a surprise guest on this platform tonight. She is the deputy gubernatorial candidate for Lagos State. I mean, we're both members of the Big Tent. Her name is Princess Islamia Fusi. She is a princess of Ikorodu Kingdom, and I'm sure Madam Victoria will be so happy to hear this. Princess, please, can you kindly request the mic? I don't know. I'm trying to look for you. I cannot find you yet. But if you can just request the mic, I'll be very happy. I got a message from my sister Waimi, who's alerted me to your presence on this platform. Please kindly request the mic. Obedience would like to speak to you, have a very, very detailed conversation with you. Guys, retweet the space, get more people into the space so we can have a conversation with somebody whom I personally believe has a 97% chance of being the next deputy governor of Lagos State. Forget all of this rhetoric that these talks are throwing around. They keep saying, oh, Ekononkwebi, and it belongs to Nigerians. Lagos, of course, is a Yoruba state. I'm never going to deny that because I'm a Yoruba boy myself. But Lagos is as cosmopolitan as as any state can come in Nigeria. So it's important for us to have a very detailed conversation with these people. Princess, please request the mic. My brother Enbart Politics, round up your submission so that we can bring Princess up on the space. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So like the question I asked, right? If these people they believed in our principles so much, they should have, switched parties then, because like I said, all the party primaries were held, almost the same time, but they didn't switch. You understand? They didn't switch. So right now, me, I am LP top to bottom. Let's try something new. You understand? At least for the next 4 years. If it doesn't work out, that's the beauty of democracy. If it doesn't work out, you learn from your mistakes. I believe within now and the next 4 years, we'll be able to vet most of all these people and things like that. But right now, our principal needs all the governors he can get. That is the truth. If last week election had gone a different way, then that's fine. But in terms of politics in Nigeria, you also need that political power. Apart from the people power, you need the political power, and the governors are quite powerful. So we need all the governors right now. So right now is a matter of importance and necessity, unlike before. Right now is a matter of importance and necessity, because an Abga governor is not going to follow Peter Obi to court. That is the truth. They will sanction him, say it's anti-party and all those things.
Hmm.
You understand? And they are not going to count an Abga governor as a governor under Peter Obi. So let's do what we're supposed to do. Follow instructions. LP top to bottom. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wait please. I don't know Princess Islamia's handle. I've been trying to. I mean, I can see GRV1,
I
but
think I've brought her up.
did you bring her up yet?
Yeah, I just did now. I think
Um.
so. That probably
Okay. Yeah, I can see her.
that's
When
probably her.
you are not my sister, I want you to know that you're my obedient lover. Let's put it that way. So this song is for you.
Good afternoon, everyone on the platform. I hope you can hear me.
Oh, Princess, we'll come to you in a bit. Please just hold on. Hold your fire, please. Thank you so much. This song, At Your Peril. She is my darling lover in the obedient movement. We have a very, very unique relationship. Wayme, thank you so much for bringing Princess up on this platform tonight. If you're just joining us, you're listening to the People's Parliament. We have the next Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Princess Islamia Fusi, on this platform. Princess, good evening. How are you doing?
Good evening, everyone on the platform. It's nice to meet all of you. It's an honor to be here. I'm doing very well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so can you give us a brief background into your profile, and then we can go into your sojourn into the political space of Nigeria? Let's start with your background, education, and all of that.
Okay, my name is Princess Islamia Toyefusi. I'm the daughter of the late Ayogore of Ikorodu. I'm a law graduate from the prestigious Aberdeen Law School. I hold an MBA in international business. I'm a Prince 2 project management practitioner, and I'm an associate of the Institute of Governance UK and Ireland. I've got over 25 years boardroom, senior management, and public sector experience. I specialize in good governance framework and legal framework. I have also managed multinational, multi-million dollar projects across the world. And I was the 2019 Lagos East senatorial candidate for PDP, and I'm now the deputy governorship candidate for Labour Party in Lagos State. So I've been
So,
in politics for a very long time. I'm a practicing member of one of the major political parties in the UK. I joined politics from my university days. So I come from a family of politicians. My late uncle, the Chief Adeniro Ogunsoya, you all know him, and my
wow.
late auntie, Chief Denrele Ogunsoya, the former SSG for Lagos State. You know,
Oh
so
yeah,
that's a big.
I'm actually familiar with the Adeniro Ogunsoya family. The interesting thing is that there's a particular documentary on YouTube, The History of Nigeria by G.D. Olanrewaju. There was a particular young lady from the Adeniro Ogunsoya family who presented a bouquet of flowers to the Queen of England when she came to Nigeria. Obviously, I would like to presume that's not you, but nonetheless, how would you describe your sojourn into Nigerian politics? How has it been? What would you describe your journey as? It must be a very different experience from what you are used to, having had having cut your teeth in the United Kingdom political space.
Yes, it's very interesting the way that we practice politics in Nigeria. But coming from that background of university politics and being a practicing member of a major political party, I came to Nigeria. I came into Nigerian politics, but what I did was I studied the manifesto of each of these political parties. It was then ANC or AC. Then there was other parties, but PDP seems to
ACN.
aligned very closely with the manifesto of where I was coming from and what they wanted to achieve. And that's why I went into PDP. I didn't follow any godfather. I didn't know any godfather. I went for the party that was going to fulfill that aligns with what I wanted to achieve in politics and my development and my vision for Lagos State and for Nigeria and for women in particular, because very strong voice for women, advocates women's rights, and that's my passion. And I just sort of lined up with that political party. And from there, I contested for Senate because it's for me where they're making the laws. This is my forte. Where they're making the laws, this is where I felt I could contribute the most. So I just went straight for it to be able to make make laws that can enhance our economy, enhance the growth of humanity, enhance the growth of Nigeria, and because the law is a nation whose law has been bastardized. It's a nation that is sort of lost hope, and I wanted to have an effect in how we do things and make sure that the people on the lower end of the scale is able to benefit from and have the benefit of government and government work for them. And that's why I went for Senate. And that was my first run in 2014. I came in very late into the primaries, and I was at the tail end of competing with people that have been on the ground for so long. But I didn't get that primaries, but I stayed with the party, worked with them, and in 2019 I was given the ticket. I learned the rope and I worked for the ticket, and that's from there. That's where I met my principal, H.E. Jarvey. It was west, I was east, so we were working closely together, and our vision sort of aligned. And in 2019, I didn't, because of the way that things were going in PDP, I was a bit confused because what is going on? We're not following our constitution. We're not doing a lot of things. What really tipped me over the edge was the NWC Congress that they did. And in the midst of all this appointment, the
Hmm.
women were only given one position, which was a woman leader, and that was just too much of a blow for me to swallow. And I was making so much noise about it. And
I'm glad that you find that funny because when you look at Nigerian politics, Nigerian governance since 1999 till now, the biggest problem solvers that we've had in the Nigerian political space, they've been women. From Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to Obieze Kwesili, we've had to Dora Akunyili, we've had brilliant women who have been able to make significant impact in Nigerian political space, in a way that even the men, no disrespect to them, haven't been able to make. I mean, Dora Akunyili remains a legend in Nigerian politics. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is somebody that we look at and we feel like, oh my God, can we have this woman as the Minister of Finance one more time? Or, maybe the Minister of Economy and, planning one more time. Obieze Kwesili is somebody that when you look at the impact in Nigerian politics, educational sector, and all of that, you ask yourself, why do we not have more representation for women in politics? So it's great that you're here with us on the platform tonight. If you can mute your mic for a second, and then we take questions from women. Lamine is a very fiery woman, a very amazing supporter of the obedient movement, and I'm sure she has quite a number of things to say to you alongside a submission. Good evening, Lamine. Happy Sunday, my dear sister. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Omar. I'm doing good. Hi, good evening.
Wom-
I've been trying to come up
Women
since.
leader. Women
Women
leader.
leader, Lamine, fire.
There's no fire anywhere. Oh. I'm going everywhere to plead with everybody. Hi, Princess Islamiat. Actually, I don't have a question for you. I'm happy you're here. I wish I was in Lagos. I would have done everything. I would have voted for you, but I will do whatever it is I can for you on every other platform to ensure that you and GRV win this election in Lagos State. And thank you, Omar, for bringing her up, and Comrade Beatrice. See, we've never had, I mean, I'm not sure Rivers State have ever had anyone so intelligent, well, speak to us, in-depth knowledge of what is going on around them. I'm not sure, because I don't even know what to say. All these questions we ask, whether somebody is credible, somebody is not credible, I really do not care. It doesn't matter to me. As far as you're in Labour Party and you believed in this movement from beginning, I'm all in for Labour Party. And I requested the mic to say something. I need to remind us that this movement is not a movement for one election cycle. This movement is not a movement for one election cycle. This movement is a force to put Nigerian government on their toes, irrespective of who becomes the president. When Peter Obi becomes the president and gets his mandate back, our work is to put him on his toes. This movement is to put every House of Assembly member, senator, state House of Assembly we elected, and those that we did not elected, to put them on their toes, because we are the only opposition party as we speak right now in Nigeria. So I'm here to remind Obedient that please, on Saturday, please go out en masse the way we came out on Saturday, and please vote Labour Party from top to bottom. I know we will not win some states, but at least we will get people into the State House of Assembly. We will get some governors, and we'll get people that will be accountable to us, people that will remember that they had nothing. We use our resources, our voices to put them in office, and they know if they do not do right by Nigerians, we will call them out. We know we can do that. This is the only political party. Obedient is the only political party. Labour Party is the only political party that can do that. We are the only people that these people will listen to. If you bring anybody in from any other political party, they will not listen to us. They will not. And the only thing we have is for us to wait for another 4 years to vote them out. And we don't have that time. We don't. Obedient, go to Labour Party office, go and pick up their form. It is 100 naira. You pay for 12 months, 1,200, and become a member, so that we can get Obedient into the ESCOs of Labour Party and cleanse that system. Cleanse the system of Labour Party, so that we have Obedient as our LP chairman, Obedient as LP secretary, Obedient as LP treasurer, so that we can have people who hold accountable. We don't have time for all these dancing around, dancing. The one that is not good, when they come, we will filter them out. We have bad eggs. Even in Obedient, we have bad eggs. And we're already seeing some of them. Let them be there. We will filter, we will take them out. So please, when you vote on Saturday, take a picture of of the result, upload it and tag INEC. That is all you need to do. And follow them to your ward collation center. That is our duty on Saturday. Please, there's no time to be asking whether somebody, I don't care. If the state we don't want, we cannot. Let's even have, even if it's five member of State House of Assembly in every state. These guys are begging us. If you're not a force, they will not beg you. And do not fall for it. They do not respect you. They are not begging because they are sorry. They are not begging because they think you're something. They are begging because they think we're novice, because they think we're naive. We don't know what we're doing. They are begging us. They feel like we'll fall for their beg. Do not fall for it. We're not stupid. You didn't beg us 9 months ago. You didn't beg us a year ago. You didn't beg us. When we were begging you not to kill us, you were killing us. They gave us food. They food for palliative. You were hoarding it to give to your girlfriends and your boyfriends. Then you didn't. People were dying on the street begging for food, nothing happened. During COVID, people were dying of hunger. People died of hunger more than even the virus. What did they do for you? Nothing. These guys do not rate us. Do not fall for their plead. Do not fall for anything they say to you. Get angrier. The more they beg you, the more you get angry, because the begging is demeaning. They are begging you. They are telling you that you're nothing. They think that you fall for the begging. They beg you. They beg you not because they think you're something. Please support every Labour Party member in State House of Assembly. Support every Labour Party member in gubernatorial candidates. If you are, I know there's IODG that is contesting in North Central or your Central. Please, if you're on this space, come and speak to people so that people can support you. Please. The guy has done so much in this obedience movement, and I don't see people running around this guy to support him in Oyo State. Please, guys, whatever it is we do for people contesting obedience that are contesting for position, whatever it is that we do, if you don't worry, if you say you don't trust them, do you trust APC? Do you trust PDP? If you think that somebody Beatrice is not competent, the ones that came out in other parties, are they competent? Did they go through any credibility test that you say that they are credible people? Please go out en masse and vote Labour Party top to bottom. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Oh, my dear women leader, I always trust you to bring in the fire. Even when you say fire is not coming, of course, I can expect a lot of fire. So let's go back to Princess Islamia Toyefusi. Princess, there are quite a number of obedience with questions for you. So I'm not going to be doing the questioning. I would allow obedience to come up and, ask their questions concerning your plans for Lagosians. We've seen a lot of tribal bigotry flying around lately. Now, you see, let me speak to you directly like a Nigerian. You understand Yoruba. Honestly, Otisumi. Sometimes I just look at my Twitter, I'm like, okay, what's today's agenda? Let me give you a very interesting insight. Gbadebo Rhodes Bible's wife is the older sister to my brother's ex-girlfriend. As a matter of fact, they almost got married. I'm not going to mess with you. I'm very familiar with the Aniebo family. Their father, I think, was a former governor, a former military administrator. I don't know if it's the same Aniebo, but I think I'm very correct with that. I'm not going to go into detail, but it's really disturbing to see the amount of bigotry and hatred that has been spread around in the name of politics. And I know you have a lot to say about that, but I'll leave that, for later. Let's take two guys and then we'll leave it for the women to speak to you directly because I've taken up quite a number of women on this platform
Okay.
to ask you questions directly. We'll start with Samax Obesi, my co-host. Samax, are you there?
Yeah, Omar, yeah, mine is not just a question. I was just wondering if it was best for her to address the issue of the bigotry later, because I know that a lot of people that will come on to speak to her would probably want to ask question in that direction, because really, and with due respect to everyone, really, we've seen a wave of hate, bigotry, and quite frankly, deliberate wickedness. Why am I saying that? Politicians have um, different things that they use in winning election. In their two kits, in their toolbox, election toolbox, they have different kits that they use. And really, when they see that everything has failed, they go back to the only one in Nigeria that they always use to exploit people, and that is bigotry. And it's not that we don't experience bigotry in other parts of the country, but at least there's one part of the country that every year and every election cycle would experience this bigotry. And we know the corners from which this emanates from. And what we've seen this year, um, following the victory that we had on last Saturday, um, following the victory, we could see that these guys are shaking, despite the fact that they had to go through some shenanigans with INEC to um, to suspend or delay our victory, which I know we'll get by the grace of God. But we could see that they are really shaking, and they have employed their last device in their electoral toolbox, and which is the bigotry. And we could see so many of them, even abroad, even in the UK, in the US, and in other parts of the country, other parts of the Western Hemisphere. We could see these guys also fueling this bigotry. And I don't think, Omar, it's something that we should waive. And I think that is something that I feel that she should address at first instance and in her opening, because it's really disturbing, not just to Lagosians, but to Nigerians in general. And you could see that this time around, it has gotten to the extent that people are now spewing bigotry from the decks of the presidents. What do I mean? You see people like the charlatan who is an assistant, personal assistant to the president, talking about Yoruba people. You people should keep your Lagos, tweeting about those sort of rhetorics. Then you could see the other joker, Adamu Garuba,
Sir
who's
Max,
straight.
let me bust your brain. Let me bust your brain. So many people went to Dr. Ifeanyiebo's page and they started saying all sorts of stuff. My brother is a Yoruba man. He dated Dr. Ifeanyiebo's sister. I mean, I'm not going to mention her name because I don't want to expose the family to danger. But the interesting thing is, we related properly. She would come to our house. I remember a lot of people will find this very funny, but as a Yoruba man, I'm actually good at pounding yam. Don't laugh. If you laugh, God is watching you. She would come to our house. We would have lunch together, pounded yam with a goosey soup. Would laugh. She would crack jokes in Igbo language. She would interpret them for us. Would crack jokes in Yoruba language. I would interpret them for her, and it was such a perfect blend. Of course, individual differences didn't make them end up getting married. But one thing that people need to understand is the fact that politics has a way of highlighting our tribal differences in a way that other aspects of society do not. The starting 11 of the Super Eagles at the 2013 African Cup of Nations was completely Igbo. Nobody had any reservation concerning it. Everybody was happy to watch the Super Eagles pick up the trophy, and we celebrated as Nigerians. So when it comes to politics and people bring up this stuff, there was a particular tweet that really got me laughing. They said, "Oh, she said something about people from Ibadan being I think I'll go back to the tweets. Anybody can send me the tweet if they have the access if they have access to it." And they were like, "Oh, what she was trying to say in that tweet is very, very understandable to anyone who has a clear understanding of the English language. Ibadan people have their ancestry traceable as far back as 200 years ago." And that was what she was trying to express. But all of these APC mischievous political hallelujah boys would come on the internet and try to misinterpret these things for political gains. If you tear the country apart on the basis of politics, when electioneering season is over, how do we move on as a people?
Omar,
I don't know
Omar,
why people can never
Omar,
understand
Omar,
this.
I think there is something that you probably you are not looking at that I am looking at, and that is the actual results of the uh, presidential election. You and I may not know this. We may not know the actual results of the presidential election, even if we know that Peter Obi won. But
Oh,
let me
I
tell
do.
you this.
Sir
Let
Max,
me,
I do. I'm not
yeah.
going to
So,
reveal it publicly because
so
there's a litigation going on that.
yeah. So
But
let me
I
tell you
do, and
this.
I can
But
tell you that
let me
Peter
tell you,
Obi
I'm
won
coming.
that
I'm coming. I'll
election
get there.
by
I'll get there.
ridiculous numbers.
I'll get there. So, but these guys, they at the top, their leaders at the top, they know the actual figure and they know that Peter will be won by miles. And now, seeing especially in Lagos, where we had one of our finest outings. Now, these guys are what you are seeing now in real time is they are reacting to the actual electoral figures. They're not reacting to what we are seeing. They are reacting to the actual electoral figures, which shows overwhelmingly that they lost the election to Peter Obi. Now, even in the Bible, when when the Tower of Babel was, I mean, when the building was going on, and God said that he was like, "What do we do?" So he gave them different tongues, and then when they started, didn't understand themselves, there was confusion, and then that project ended. Now, what these guys are doing, they've not looked at everything they've done, and they've not looked at a movement. They are looking at a movement that is making seismic move within the Nigerian political space, and that movement is taking them away. I mean, the movement, an Okada driver is taking out someone that has been in politics all his life. So the way they see that wave, the way they see the movement, is dangerous to them, and they are like endangered species now, politicians. And now, what's the only way for them to scatter the obedient movement, or at least, in the very minimal, create confusion within the obedient movement, so that we don't, on the next election dates for the gubernatorial elections and House of Assembly elections, we don't complete that seismic shift in our politics? What's the best thing to do? Bring in religion, bring in tribalism. And this is why they've now paid people home and abroad, and even people on our
Max,
side.
we're going to have to rush the questions. Princess Islamiat is about to leave, so let's just quickly take questions from our speakers, so that she can answer them before she leaves. Just OJ, quickly, 30 seconds. You come back to your main submission, please. Everybody, note that you get the chance to have your main submissions, but just questions for Princess Islamiat as quickly as possible. She's about to leave.
Omar, yeah, I'm not going to take too much of your time, and thank you so much. So I'll just dive straight into the questions, and then I'll give my submission after. Two quick questions, Princess. The first thing is I got drawn in by your background and your profile. Like you, I'm also a lawyer, and also, got my master's in international business. So to be very honest with you, I'm excited to see what you bring to the table. But also, I was born and raised in Lagos. I'm a typical Lagos boy, even though I'm from Edo State. There are two halves to Lagos. There are two sides to Lagos. And in that regard, there are two laws that operate in Lagos State. There are the laws that are drafted into our law books, and there are the laws that are implemented by Agbero boys. And 7 out of 10 times, the latter usually supersedes the former. We have had people being taxed when there are no tax laws. We have had people being siphoned from under the guise of, oh, we are working under the local government chairman, blah, blah, blah. When you win, my question is, what is your plan as a lawyer to ensure that Lagos State runs on one law, which is the law enacted by the State House of Assembly? What are your plans for that? And then the second question is, what exactly about GRV's mandates made you decide to run as his deputy? Thank you.
Princess Islamia, did you get the questions? Hello, Princess, are you there? Oh Lord, I think she dropped off. Unfortunately, I think
It
she
seems like
dropped
she
off.
dropped off, yeah.
Yeah, I think she dropped off. It would be nice to have you back.
It could be the
But
network. It will be the net. It could be the network.
yeah, I think it's definitely the network. When you may please, if you can kindly reach out to her so that she can come back up. It would be nice to have her, because there are quite a number of women who are looking forward to asking her questions. Unfortunately, we held on too long to our submissions, but unfortunately, that's totally okay. Savik, you've been waiting. Savik, are you there? Okay, let's go straight to Ripple. Ripple, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. I was going to ask a question, to be honest. But let me just use this opportunity to say thank you to Amy. Wahala for who no get obedient lover, but thank you so much for bringing Princess on the
Oh,
platform.
come on, don't be like that. Yeah, come on, come
Um,
on.
no, it's lovely to see. I'm not even shading. For like, how do I want to say? Let me express my emotions before we get the princess back. When I found out that GRV was running with a woman, I said, "This is someone that's very bold. This is someone that's very courageous." And I then looked into her profile, way before now. So I've noticed that she's someone that has already been in the political scene. She's not just coming from anywhere. And then she's a lawyer. So, and I'm just finding that out today. So obviously she earns my respect automatically. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Um, I have a very pressing question for her, so I really hope we can still get her back here. And I just want to say honestly, Omar, you really outdid yourself today, like two women in a row, back to back. Thank you. So I'll just hopefully I can just stay here and wait for her to come back, and then I'll ask my question. Thank you.
So, Omar, why we wait for her to come up? I'd probably just reiterate the fact that I think that it's very important that she um, talk to us, especially people in Lagos, will be voting on Saturday about um, the need for us to look beyond the bigotry, look beyond the hate, look beyond the threats of violence, and vote for Labour Party. And really, in doing that, I'd like her to spend some time to x-ray her background, not just stating the fact that she's a princess. If possible, give us a brief background of her ancestral lineage, the lines, and then
Exactly.
assure.
Now, Sam Max, I like the fact that you touched on that. I'm hoping that I don't know if Ayodeji Oyewumi is still on this platform. We had a very interesting private conversation about this. These guys continue to come up with this rhetoric of, oh, GRV is an evil boy. Oh, he said this, he said that. If you go back in my own tweets, you would find tweets of me speaking in support of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB at some point. Because
I
look,
have done that myself as well.
do you understand? What people do not understand is the fact that um self-determination is enshrined in the UN Charter. For every ethnic nationality, self-determination is enshrined there. However, the mode with which these guys go about um that agitation for self-determination is very important. When the IPOB guys started to move mad, everybody left them to their devices. I remember back in the day, David Hundeyin would come on Clubhouse and they would give him a special platform to speak on self determination for the Yoruba nation, for the IPOB, and all of these guys. But all of a sudden, it has now become a tool for political antagonism. And I don't know how people are struggling to come to terms with the fact that people can have a certain opinion at some point, but then
Omar.
over time that opinion changes. It's crazy, my brother. Just OJ, you want to
Oh,
come in? Please
Omar,
go ahead.
can I come in very quickly? Because
Yes, please do.
it's a topic that's very near and dear to my heart. And like I said when I was asking those questions, I was born and raised in Lagos. I was raised by an Edo man and a Yoruba woman. And very immediately, they taught me to never look at tribe. I'll give you a very good example. The one place nobody would ever ask you about your tribe, or want to focus entirely on your professionalism, is in the hospital. If you were so fixated on tribe, why don't you ask that surgeon who is about to carry out a life saving operation in your life to stop and only carry it out if they are Yoruba, or they are Igbo, or they are Hausa? That is literally where we draw the line, is that in every single facet of our life, we literally would always go back to who is the best skilled person. But when it comes to politics, we want to play this stupid tribalistic game because in our mind, politics is a sport and it's not actually quite important. So I've always wondered to myself, right, if you have somebody who has all the professional qualifications, the background, the knowledge, everything, the proper trainings to become governor of your state, who has shown you with a roadmap that of a truth, I will deliver this state and I will make sure that it's economically viable for you, would you still ask that person where they are from? And that is why, if there's anything that I really like about Peter Obi's mandate, which has made me wholeheartedly follow him, is that he constantly says, I
Sorry,
want you to be
Omar.
Nigerian
Omar, I'm
first.
so sorry. I'm so sorry to
Is
cut
she
in,
back?
but
Oh, is she back?
yes, she is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. I'm trying to find her in the speaker section. I can't find her yet. Please kindly request the mic, Princess Islamia, so that we can take questions that people have for you. My brother Dela Aglanu. Dela Glanu, you're Ghanaian, and from your name, I want to presume you're Ewe. You know, if you want to speak, please feel free to request the mic. I spent quite a number of years in your country, and I'm as Ghanaian as I'm Nigerian, whichever way you choose to say it. You know, so please feel free to request the mic. It'd be very nice to hear you speak. Princess Islamiat, I can't see your request yet. Um, Please kindly request the mic so that we can bring you up. Jimmy Samax, if you can find Princess Islamiat in the request section, please kindly bring her up so that she can
Yeah,
speak.
I'm looking out for her. I've not seen her yet.
Okay, yeah, I'm yet to find her as well. So please go ahead, my brother Just OJ.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, the one reason why I picked up on Peter Obi's mandate is because he constantly states, I want you to be Nigerian first before you are any tribe whatsoever. Because if you are Nigerian, it will take away this whole nonsense, bigotry, this ethnicity, this tribalism. People were asking me questions on my recent trip to Nigeria. They were like, "Oh, have you had to deal with racism ever since blah 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 blah?" And I'm like, "See, to be very honest with you, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that racism doesn't exist. It doesn't happen in the United States. However, I have dealt more with tribalism in my life than I've had to deal with racism." And I said, tribalism has been more painful for me because guess what? It is coming from somebody who looks and sounds exactly like myself. You would have instances. You're talking about political affiliations and all of that. Have you ever applied for jobs where they will look at your last name and tell you no? So all this nonsense really and truly has to stop. And that's why when I see all these crazy tweets about JRB, I don't even reply. I don't engage it. Yeah, yes, Inena Ikechukwu, it's fine. He will be your governor. You decrease. He will be your governor, and you would have to live in a state where he is your governor. Because the Nigeria that we're trying to move towards is a Nigeria that you do not need. I'm going to throw this out there, and it's probably very unpopular. I want a situation where you do not have to be from that state. Once you establish residency in that state, you should be able to push for governorship in that fucking state.
Yeah, I think we should start to push for state of residency rather than state of origin. I think that state of origin crap is something that's really
Because even
affected
that
us.
state of origin, Omar, is so patriarchal. We're talking about
It's
women's
actually
rights.
quite
Why do I have to take the origin of my
Please, can
for one,
anyone
my
see
mother is from
Princess
Ondo State.
Islamiat? Princess, we can't find
No, we
you
can't.
here.
We can't. I can't find her.
Okay, let me try and find her on Twitter, Princess Islamiat. Okay, just OJ, you just go ahead. Let me try and find Princess
Oma,
Islamiat.
just tell her to send us send a DM to me. I'll check from there. Let her just send a DM to me. Then
Wayme,
I'll
please,
send
can
her the
you reach
mic.
out to her to send a DM? I mean, quite a number of people are lined up to ask her questions, so it would be nice to have her on the platform. Please, send the request, send a DM to any of the co-hosts and or myself, so that we can have you on the platform. Just OJ, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so like I was saying, even the whole state of origin versus state of residency is extremely patriarchal. Because heaven forbid, I cannot contest for governorship in Lagos State, even though I was born and raised in Lagos State, even though I know all the corners of Lagos State, because my father is an Edo man. I cannot contest for governorship in Ondo State, even though my mother is from Ondo State. So unless I turn around and I don't even speak my language, I speak Yoruba. To be very honest with you. So heaven